I'd like to ask the local bus that program kindly become open in prayer.
God of history, Heavenly Father, thank you for this day that you have made. Thank you for always providing for us. We ask that you be the beginning of whatever we are doing here, whatever we are going to carry out, and at the same time, the end of it. As we contemplate and meditate on how to improve our service through Pastor and that in our minds, that we may follow and the day for the better run of our university, and finally, for the glory of the name. We ask for this in Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Sonia. The Vice Chancellor, General Manager of Justice, Priscilla Massachusetts, Secretary, Vice Chancellor, members of the management, University, our duty of honor, the Speaker, Mr. Jonathan Robinson, members of staff here present, those who will have on our platform. You are all very welcome to this important day when we listen to an appropriate person, an expert in the field, especially of business. But today he comes to speak to us on improving service delivery through customer care. You are most welcome, Mr. Bernard Robinson. Most welcome. Someone who has a very impressive CV. I've been doing a study of that this morning, presenting it to you. And there's something that caught my attention towards the end as I was going through the CV. And I thought it should have come at the beginning. It's an argument. I most welcome that call. So briefly, this is his CV, the main highlights. He is currently the executive director of Bank of Africa. He's a hands-on banker, a resilient negotiator with sound judgment, and a desirable practitioner of corporate governance with a strong allegiance to business with generation. Is a member of the Institute of Directors, MIOD UK. Mr. Mabu is an astute and consummate banker and a seasoned chartered accountant with experience with East and West Africa and diverse European markets. His experience spans 25 years, especially in the financial sector, management, accounting, business generation, and strategy execution. An investment forum and an accredited member of the European Economic Community Business Forum and the Commonwealth Business Council member. The steadfast member of More Uganda Matters University Alumni Association, Think Tank Leadership Transformation. He has received different accolades for his excellence, especially on account of designing the practical approach to crafting the cost reduction strategies for British Airways Group for its East African operations. Mr. Magulu is the CEO of Proteus Club, member of the CEO Summit and Strathmore Business School, Kenya. He has trained at the Wharton Business School and an open source Morgan panel of experts at the University of Pennsylvania, United States, and MIT, as well as at the Harvard Business School, Boston. He earned the first class distinction Master of Management with International Business degree from the Southampton Business School in the United Kingdom, specializing in international finance and corporate strategy. Mr. Magulu is currently pursuing to do a PhD and Doctor of Business with more business in Switzerland. He's a graduate of Business Administration and Management, as I said already, from Uganda Matters University, and holds a Bachelor of Science in Applied Accounting from Oxford Brookes University in the UK. He's a foundation principal partner at BP Carr Associate Chartered Accountant and Vision Conveyor and partner at MS Stanley and Robinson Chartered Accountant. A special fund, a social fund, is a gold fund. He loves Formula One, which is number one achieved. Yes. And belongs to the team of Lewis Hamilton of Mercedes AMG. From the family perspective, the father, three boys, Jason, Jonathan, and Jeremy, married to my wife, Josephine Kabame Magulu, also a career and tested banker, relationship manager, management professional, and chartered accountant. You could not have someone with more diverse experience than our guest today. Once again, thank you for gracing Uganda Matters University invitation to come and speak to us on the topic that is really dear to us, and I think that comes from a lot of experience that you have gained. We are eagerly waiting to listen to you today. And the staff of the Uganda Matter is not only the people you see here, we have a wider group that is following us online. So you can be sure that you're speaking a very large audience. Now, if you come to the program that we have today, just presented the CV of the guest of honor. I will now like to ask the Acting Director of Human Resources, Josephine, kindly come forward and do some introductory remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Dear guests, members of management, and staff from different campuses, and I, good morning. Yes, my name, and I'm the acting director of Human Resources, Uganda Maternity University. We are here today to attend customer care workshop. And I would like to welcome you all to this important workshop on customer care. Thank you very much for coming. And people online, thank you very much for spending time, log in, and move on with us. One of the factors that assist organizations to gain competitive advantage is customer care. There's a big attention to it, both internally and externally. In our previous institutional assessment report, and in a number of meetings that we had, customer care has been mentioned several times as one of our weak points. Thus, management resolved to organize this workshop to remind ourselves about customer care. And here we are. We identified an expert in this area, who is our own Mr. Bernard Robinson Magulu, the Chief Executive Director of Bank of Africa. You are most welcome, sir. Let us listen to him attentively as we try to improve our service delivery. You are all welcome.
Thank you, Josephine. I'd like now to invite the head of the family of Uganda Matters University, Mr. Samanya, to give his open mouth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Faraday. Good morning, colleagues. Thank you for coming and giving time. We are really on time, and that is part of customer care. So our guest today, Bernard Robinson Magulu Esquire, as introduced. I don't need to introduce him again. But I would like to introduce two people he's come with, so that you don't see strangers among his staff. The first is Mrs. Hannah Nansoke Sewaka. Mrs. Hannah Nansoke Sewaka is the head of customer excellence at Bank of Africa. So we are actually going to learn from the person who is this thing. So when you get the spreadsheet and you get the head of the customer, I think we are safe, aren't we? Yes. But to put the icing on the cake, we also have our own, known to you all, and still carry on the image of whom wherever he goes, and who have been very instrumental in identifying these excellent team you are going to listen to. Someone who normally I should not be introducing because must be known to us all, but that is none other than Mr. Ambrose Wokan. Mr. Ambrose Wokan is has inspired many in the world of business, in the world of ownership, etc. And he has also held many workshops and conducted many workshops on customer care for different organizations. So the trio we have here is the best that we could teach for us to start off with. So ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, that's the team that we have today. Why do we start off with customer care? It's because we have agreed this year that during my time here, we are going to pursue two things. One is developing a culture of quality, and the other is customer care. So sometimes they say that when all is said and done, more is said than gets done. But now we are going to dispute that whatever we say, we shall follow. So because we committed on customer care and the culture of quality, we have started by making everyone, once again, aware of what customer care is. So that when we demand it, we all are referring to the same criteria. We are also committed ourselves to developing the 4 C's that I've always talked about and that we continue to talk about. The first C is competence. And that's why we are training. That's why we are organizing such workshops. Because we want everyone to be competent in the customer care. We want everyone to gain the confidence in whatever they do for a culture of quality. And customer care is one of those. The second C, again, relevant here is confidence. When you have the confidence, you are confident in performing the duties. So from this training, we shall have the confidence to pursue the customer care challenge. And so we hope that everyone will go away confident enough to tell another about customer care and to practice that. The third C is character. When we were singing the university anthem, we always end with virtute et sapientia. But I don't know if all of us here understand what virtute et sapientia means. Virtue and wisdom. But what is virtue? Because customer care is about the virtues. And that's why we always sing, because that should be the hallmark of the Ghana University. Virtue. Virtue is a high moral ground, high moral conduct, like we say patience is a virtue, integrity is a virtue, and so on. So we need to hold our virtues, white jealousy, and demand the same of everyone in our community. And customer care is going to be one of those that we shall discuss. The other C is creativity. To be able to serve our customers, and we shall, I'm sure, learn this from today, we have to be creative. We can't say no. For us to only do this, and you don't go anywhere. The customer is key. Isn't that what they said? Yeah. So we have to be creative in how we respond to the customer. Many companies have gone down because they have stood their ground and forgotten that the customer is the key. The customer is the boss. The customer can fire all of us here. Yes. And our biggest customer is the student. The students can fire all of us here. Do you know how? They can decide to go to other university, and we shall not have it. So the customer is our boss. Are we clear? Yes, you are not the boss. No. The salary you get is paid to you by the student. The position you hold is given to you by the student. I can't give vice chancellor if they do it. And there can't be no university if they are not students. So he is the boss. He determines our being, our being. And he can fire us, or she can fire us. So please let us have that creativity to respond to the demand of the customer. But of course, while keeping our values. I will just use two quotations to sum up this presentation of mine. And one is from Maya Angelou. May her soul rest in peace. She said, and I quote, "People will forget what you said. They will forget what you did. But they will never forget how you made them feel." What you said and what you did goes to the mind. But how you made them feel goes deeper than that. And that is the customer care. The experience that we give with customer before us at every opportunity we get one before. So let us learn from those words, wisdom from Maya Angelou. The other that I would like to use, and I always use, is that customer service is the new marketing. Is the new marketing. And that's what differentiates one business from another. We shall hear from the CEO how Bank of Africa operates and treats its customers will determine the number of customers that bank will have in the competition of the banking industry. And the same applies to Uganda Market University. Because it is the customer that markets us. However big our billboard that Ayaway and Kampala will be, if we don't treat our customers well, that billboard will not carry meaning. Because the real marketing agent is the one experiencing our service, and we say no, don't go there. So customer care is the new marketing. And of course, as I've introduced, we do have a head of customer excellence here. Yes, sometimes we still have departments of customer care. customer experience. But really, there should be no department of customer. Although someone has to monitor. Why? It is because each one of us is the department of customer. When that customer comes to you, you become the department. The way we treat them, the way we make them feel, the way we respond to their needs is the one of the department. And at that particular moment, you are the department. The head of customer care is just to make sure the departments are working. But not that it's the only one to offer customer care. No. Each one of us is the department of customer care. And that was well. So ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite us to be attentive, be committed, and learn as much as we can from this field. But before I end, I would like to ask Mr. Ambrose to come up and tell us why. I thought he should be the one to tell us, because he's the president of the Ghana National University Alumni Association. Why are we particularly reaching out for our alumni? I think that's important. You might ask, why are we calling to Bufa? Why are we calling Bufa? I don't know. By association, actually, you might find that Ghana is not. You will say that at some point. Thank
you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed, I'm very humbled once again to be standing here, not to make a presentation, but to give a preamble to Mr. Banana, why him as the Vice Chancellor has asked. First of all, I would like to thank all the staff members that turned up at the historic event that we had on Saturday, when we were recognizing outstanding alumni of Uganda Martyrs University who are carrying the flag of UMU all over the world. It was a magnificent event, and it is viral in the media right now as I speak. And it is our intention that it should continue to be viral for the next 1 month in mainstream media. And the reason is very simple. We want the visibility of UMU to be up there so that UMU does not have to struggle with even spending a lot of money looking for students. The students should look for UMU. But that will only happen if certain things happen in a certain way. Mr. Bernard Robinson Mabu happens to be one of the people that we recognized and awarded on Saturday. Yes, because if you have his profile, and that's the summarized version. Now, why alumni? I know I have stood here a couple of times and did say that we have many alumni out there who are excelling and would like to tap into their resourcefulness to support, to help this university. I have said before to management, and I think at one time staff here, that there is no skill that UMU needs to move to the next level and actually become the leading university in Uganda. There is no skill that it needs that the alumni do not have. It's not there. And I know that some of you, I think we are getting fatigued with more, that maybe we are just talkers and no action. I've spent over 20 years in the work of consulting and helping organizations to transform. And I know that
There are things that have to happen first before other things happen. So now the stage is set, and Bernard's presence here attests to that fact that the stage is set. Those who were at Hopo on Saturday, you had the profiles of the people that were awarded. All of them world-class material. All of them. One of the examples is here. You have another example of Gloria Yampisha. She is the head of HR for the whole of Dangote Group. She's based in Lagos. If Dangote, the richest man in Africa, with the biggest business profile on the continent, hires a graduate of UMU to be the head of HR across the whole continent, that speaks volumes. I love these people. She just sent me a thankful message this morning. And her husband wasn't able to pick the award on Saturday. If you have a guy like Dr. Alex Mazia, who is a consultant for the Pentagon in the US on cybersecurity, then you have big reasons to celebrate Umu Al-Umu. I'm sure even the government of Uganda will have to hire such a consultant in the profile of Alex Mazia. That's just the tip of the iceberg. I want to go on. There are lots of them. Sister Irube, all these people are mentioning, just Google them and go to YouTube, you will find the videos about them and lots of powerful stories about them. So the point is that in the Alumni Association, we have all the resourcefulness needed to take UMU to the next level, to the peak of higher education. Not only in Uganda, but also in the region. He is a product of Strathmore in some course. He might share with us what Strathmore does differently. And Strathmore is a Catholic university, although it doesn't carry the label. But we all know that it is the Opus Dei that runs Strathmore University. And Strathmore University carries out lectures in Serena Hotel here in Uganda. They fly and come to do lectures. What do they do that we cannot do as UMU? And they are younger than UMU. Okay, so that's the background. Why we are now beginning to assemble the forces of the alumni when it comes to financial year. We have, if UMU is in financial challenges, I mean, why? We have the experts, they can help us. So that is basically the reason. And I'll leave you with two powerful scriptures that I think fit our context. One, all of you are familiar perhaps with Ezekiel 37, the dry bones. And there is something fascinating about that scripture that for me relates to our context. Because God is telling Ezekiel, son of man, prophesy. Prophesy to the bones that they can have flesh again. God is almighty. Why can't he do it directly? Why is he asking this human being to prophesy to the bones? Why can't he just speak directly to the bones and they regain life? In taking UMU to the next level, we shall pray, but God needs us to prophesy, to work, to do what we have to do. And for us as alumni, the phase of action has started. We have been in the phase of thinking. Now the action has started. All the things that we have in our strategic plan, we are taking off. And finally, if you look at Amos chapter 3, verse 3, it's very interesting. He says, how can two agree? How can two work together unless they agree? Professor highlighted that customer care is one of the key things. But we have the same understanding of customer care. And that's why Bernard is here to help us to begin that journey of agreeing on what it is we mean when we talk about customer care and what will be our script like. I want to thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to learning those from Bernard and
Thank you very much. Bro, now, because this is about home, I've seen Andrew already had a therapy about on Uganda matter. But I don't see any on Hannah and Romy. I think,
This one is for the ambassador.
yes, but I think you need one.
Yes.
I would like to give you one answer. Now, it is officially in. Anna, please, we would like you to be at home and be home. Come forward. Now we are one community and we can move in the scene. Thank you very much. Oh, I've been given one honor, extra honor. Now my teacher has invited our guests. Father Robinson from the Choir, our president. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chancellor. Dear colleagues, all protocols that. I'm very happy to be home. While my tenure at Uganda Martins University, I was in two halls, Matters Hall and Mike. And I was a drummer, person who used to be in charge and make sure that things go well. And that's the culture, that's how we were brought up. Before I say so much, I just want to do my reflection of some of the things that for me, at that time, that signify customer service. Before I come to the business, Mr. Vice Chancellor and our dear President, I would like to thank you so much for requesting me to come and have a conversation. It is really a conversation and sharing experience. The way they teach at Harvard School, a professor, Harvard, Wharton, Seattle, many, and it's the same way we are evolving, we are in transformation. Majority of the work is done by the student. It's self-directed learning. And why am I saying that? I'm saying that to signify that today I'm not here to lecture. I'm not here to give you literature. I want us to converse. And the benefit you're going to get is the cross-cutting, grounded, practical experience. One of my personal favorites and my second name is Mr. Ordinary. Titles to me don't really matter. What matters is what impact, what legacy, what contribution can I make to a particular individual, society, community, an association, or as a team. That is the foundation of practical life. For all the experiences, I remain a student of practical learning. Having said that, I want to go back to the reflection. While at home, While at home, we had certain unwritten rules. Number one, you never enter lecture when your tutor, the professor, is already in the lecture. That is it's a discipline. You never come to attend a presentation in the auditorium when the professors then are already speaking. You are not welcome. And that door will always be closed. In other words, if it is out of emergency, use the rear door. But everybody, if you are squeezing yourself, everybody will be looking at you. And you yourself will become uncomfortable. And that is customer care. That is customer experience. So I don't want us to look so far. We just need to start those kind of reflections. And so on and so forth. There's a lot of discipline going into there are times for meals. It is strict when the time is up. Breakfast, it is closed, you wait for lunch. When lunch is served and you are late, wait for evening tea. And that, unknown to me, is the kind of culture I envisioned, I faced when I was given an opportunity to go to University Catholique de Louvain in Brussels, in Belgium, by the then Professor Michel Bechon. Everything was very precise. So I started learning. Along the professional line, when we came back, I completed my studies, I started work. I started work at Plan International. That Plan International, my job was a data entry assistant. And I was being paid a day. And then I even wanted to work on Saturday and Sunday. Because I was being paid 10,000 shillings. And coming from the bed, could you help us? Very much. I was being paid 10,000 per day. And then I was living with Mary. Mary just passed on just recently. May her soul rest in eternal peace. She gave me one of her garages. I asked her, Mom, can I stay here? She said it's okay. And I needed to pay rent. So the only thing that would save me is to work 7 days a week. So what am I trying to do? These are reflection points for us to realize where we come from. There is no better way than that. And when I joined, that job gave me a lot of basis, a lot of commitment. Everybody looked at me. I needed to do everything precise, on time, and I was churning out. Meanwhile, others don't know from which universities. They were lazy. They looked at the job, they undermined the job to start with. See, I happened to be, I was with people who felt that they are too qualified to do that job. I was patient. And within 2-3 weeks, I was invited to do an interview at Setina. That's where I started my career, having graduated that year with 221. So it was easier for me to fit into. And then from there, I went to the Bank of Uganda. And I think you have seen several of our colleagues have been there. One of the HR there, even her son was also, she realized that it's something unique about Uganda Matters. It's the way the people carry themselves, commitment, students. And at that time, the then management of the university had a principle. They are not going to go to any school, they're not going to go to the media, they are not going to go anywhere to advertise for students to come. They will only do it in terms of teaching, providing information, but not to convince people to come and join the university. It is what they did that created a reflection of the caliber of the people that are coming out of the institution. And there we are. This has gone on over and over, and you have seen we have gone through periods of transformation, and we are now with the current management of Professor Patrick Chamanwa and his team. When I was invited by my brother here, I said yes without a second thought. And the reason I said yes, because I know this is my time to start. Very serious. I love this man. I love his soul, I love his commitment, and I reflected about it. I said, at this point in time, we as the alumnus, we need to rally behind the university management and staff to make positive contribution. Rather than me speak in London, at Harvard, in Wharton, Yale, Singapore, it is time is now for us to start to do and ensure that our corporate social responsibility participate in transformation of our institution toward sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, I now want to move to my presentation, but I thought that it is important for you to realize where we have been over a long period of time. We have so many, almost every person that is formerly from Ghana, and they are everywhere in every country, and they are doing great. They are doing great because of the way we have been trained. This doesn't mean that you will not get other good colleagues from other universities, but it only justifies that discipline, character, commitment, and hard work combined helps create a good customer service environment. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a text material. I want to put to you practical issues. I will put my presentation with that, but it is important for you to also think about it. For all the institutions that I worked with, we are in service industry. And the service industry, the same that you are banking. I work for British Airways, it's the service industry. And in some of the countries,
If somebody says, hi, my love, it's not your love. Huh? Yes. Thank you, my love. You are entering a trip. It's just trying to make sure that you get emotional connection. And it is that emotional connection that makes you believe that part of this, you're part of this. And they say it consistently without being a road. Even when the policeman, one time I was under pressure to deliver my final dissertation, I was driving in this country when you were student, there is no excuses. There is no self-aggrandizement. It is not there. A deadline is there. There are no excuses. The only thing that they listen to is something called extenuating circumstances. And what is that? Loss of the father, loss of the wife, loss of the mother. Anything else you obey, I don't know what, Kojaya Kude. You know, Ugandans generally they have that big problem. Say we are Burundi. Those are normal situations. They want we are Burundi, take advantage. But go on and work. Am I communicating, ladies and gentlemen? That is one of the biggest problems. So I don't want to bore you with a lot of technical jargon and stuff. Yet this is the cancer that some of you are seated with, and you need the Holy Spirit so that we can change. We need to change. You send somebody an email, and somebody looks and says, "Oh, yeah, where is that injury that you cover? Where is that?" And you don't respond. My staff here, to bear you with me, I receive 250 emails a day. 250. I respond to all of them. And I respond to them in not an abusive way. Being a boss does not give you the mandate, the authority for you to abuse your juniors. It just gives you the honor and respect for you to teach them so that they can be better than you or as good as yourself. So what am I saying? What I'm saying, these attributes, we need them. Because the nature of the business we are running is a business that we need to demonstrate in a very practical way, and everybody. When I came this morning, my brother there is very particular and very consistent. So we came at the gate, and I was watching because I'm in service industry. I wanted to see what the gate man, because customer service begins where? At the gate. So the guy came, says, okay, So we listen, yeah, we listen. The guy to understand. Then my brother talked to him, said, no, yeah, visitors from the vice chancellor. He said, okay. That's not what he would have said first. You see, he would have said, you are very welcome. You're very early today. I think we are going to have blessings today. I think you are coming something for us. This is Uganda Martyrs University, and whenever we receive guests like you this morning, they are welcome for tea. Tea is ready. It's a gate man. But you see, the gate man to speak like that, somebody who is the supervisor of the gate man must be speaking the same language. The problem is not the gate man. The gate man does not know. He needs to be guided. You see? So we came along. After I was watching stuff. There are people who see you and they walk away.
them walking around. Then there are those who see and say, hello, good morning. Go away. You know, then I met one lady, oh, you're very welcome. She was very happy to receive us. Yeah? I think she's an encyclopedia of this place. You see, because the way she displayed herself gave me an indication that this is the way the system should work. But I don't know all of you. I've just seen a few people. But for me, it gave me an indication that there is something that needs to be done at the university. I don't know the solution. I can only show you from the little bit. I spent a few minutes. Those are the few things I managed to work. I managed to teach. So I will now go to our presentation. Okay, our diet today. Oh, okay. Yeah, because I thought the battery is more. Yes. Our diet today is to give us an understanding of customer service experience. And there are two things. There is customer care, and then there is customer experience. Normally, in the traditional way, they call it customer care. But in the more advanced and contemporary world, it is customer experience. And the issue is because that experience can be assessed. And at some point, my colleague here, she's a superstar. She will punctuate when we go through the questions. I will ask her to also respond. I want you to just jot down everything that you have. I want us to live today when there is positive change. So I wanted to give that when you see customer care and customer experience, they are synonymous, but not the same, depending on the school of thought. One is more reflective of the customer. And when we talk about this experience of customer care, it must address two things. There is internal customers and there are external customers. So as we get along, we see that. Then we have setting the stage and understanding the vision. And then the most contemporary thing that we go through is what they call the customer journey. Many of these things you can Google them, and there is a lot of literature. You find them at the academic. What they don't give you is them. How do you apply? And what message can you pass on? Because there are so many other colleagues who are not here who would like to receive the same message. And then we need to stay relevant. Okay? Ladies and gentlemen, customer service in higher education. You are not simply trying to serve customers. You are trying to build your students into responsible scholars and citizens, the ideal citizens. Because when they are good citizenry, then they can go out and rule their they go out and represent you. There is a point in universities in Brussels, in Belgium, because Brussels is the capital city. Capital city has BUB, University Catholic, there are so many. In Uganda, they only knew about Uganda Matters University. And they said, we only know Uganda Matters University. That means there is something that had triggered that kind of what? Of thought process. Yes, Makerere had been there for a very
long time. So I'm just trying us to understand that some of these institutions, building scholars, academia, if you have got a name against you're a PhD, you're a doctor, you're a professor, what is more important? These are not those titles. It is what you are doing to contribute to the society. Is what legacy are we doing in terms of helping students? If you realize I'm a chartered accountant, FCCA, and I'm a member of ICDA, and when professional exams are different from these exams. So when I finished these exams, I had to embark on a professional journey. And there is a paper I failed in 3 times. It was understanding audit. And when I passed it, I was the best in the entire country. And I vowed that I would not want a student to go through the same system, the same challenges I got. And then I was admitted to become a marker at the same time setting exams. And my approach, which I took even up to UK when I was marking these exams, was that I'm not interested to get a student who has crammed and got it right. I want a student to assume their way to success. What does that mean? What that means is that I have an idea about something. Can you apply it? And I give you marks for every place. They say write a report. You know that there should be a date, should be a report to group the body members. You must know that. And then there should be paragraphing. Okay? You know that there should be some kind of titling, different titles, background, gist of marks, synthesis, analysis, recommendations and conclusion, and probably reflection. I'm just using those as punctuation to just reflect what exactly we need to think about. And why am I talking about that? Many of us, we enter into this scholarly work and we forget the real one, the real life. And it is that real life that is as important as the scholarly life, because we are supposed to make a difference in what we do. And higher education is different from the conventional business. And we will see that as we get along. Okay, next. Can you just switch it? Can you do the manual? Okay. So this is giving you a sense of write down what your expectations are. Keep writing whatever question. I'm not leaving this place, even though I have a value. I said I must come here. So that gives you the importance. Can we move to the next, please? Okay. Can you play the video? You're connected to the internet. This is a goal setting experience. I would like us to keep quiet and listen to it before we proceed to the next. Thank you. But you don't have sound. You don't have sound? Okay. Okay. As we wait for him, we can still continue so that we do not lose time. Customer service is also about managing situational management. You get a very aggressive person. You are also aggressive. Your adrenaline is really increasing, is also increasing. You never win. You must use emotional intelligence. There are times you have to keep quiet. For us who are back, the customer will say, but do you know that I have this balance? How can yourself do this? But you keep quiet. You humble yourself. You humble yourself. Okay, you can use that. You can cut the link and put it in the Google HTTP. Are you okay? It's coming. Don't worry, these kind of things always always happen. What you need to know that in higher education, customer service, you must listen to the people who matter. And those people who matter are either your staff, your students, the parents. You must listen to them, because when you listen to them and understand their position, because you want to determine what level of experience they have. And it's that level of experience that will enable you to understand the best way for you to address them. I will show you and explain to you a wheel of decision making. And I will mark every order of each of you is here, because I know that as an institution we have got a structure. As an institution, we have a conference, we have chancellor, we have governing council, we have senate, then we have got the office of the deputy vice chancellor. And then under there, we know we have got departments. Then from there, we have got the DPC, finance and administration. I know there are many. And this so it is an evolving, management is evolving. A structure is never constant. It evolves with the business. It evolves of the way we reflect ourselves in our customer, with those that need us to serve. So why am I talking about? I'm talking about it because we have a will, and that will enables you to know where each of us falls. And we'll talk about that in a minute. Are we ready? Are you ready to quiet? Okay. listen. The self-explanatory. The idea here is that customers need to get that experience, and that will not only enhance the credibility of the institution or you as the individual who is having an engagement with them, but it will also ensure that your customers resonate with the changes, with the experiences, with the new ways of things that we want them to be accustomed to. In many of these other, I don't know what I'm sure what everybody, each of you is used to do this cafe javas. I'm sure that each of you, cafe javas or KFC. I suspect if you go to Kampala, because it's not something that is usual, you want to try it out. If you have, just watch and see the customer service that they do. As you come, they are, even now when COVID is at its lowest minimum, they must make sure that the place is what? It's clean. There is somebody who is ushering you in. As he ushers you, there are different people. There is a person who is bringing you there, the menu. Aleta menu mulala, olia sigare mulimu kuli, asigare ga kolaji. The man is meeting money. And it is not about the level of education. No. It's not the best educated fair. Mr. Mandela is not, but he's a genius in understanding what customers want. He's employing many people. Recently, the Mandela Group have started training bankers, corporate executives on customer care, customer experience. And they do it for free. Sir?
Yeah, thank you. To may allow an interjection since it's a conversation. One time I was at the Entebbe Victoria Mall. Is that Victoria Mall? Entebbe. And I could see that there was a white lady in the background. And so these ladies who are serving the waitresses, she's there observing them. And if any of them diverts from the standard, she will call that person. So she's there full-time coaching, what the standard should be. If you made a mistake, and she directs them. So she's always there in the background. And there are Indians in this town whose job is to do that. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Please feel free. Here we are not about, first of all, here I'm the kind of person who goes to the I want reduce the power distance index. Because that is what really solves real issues in an organization. And I practice it, and I deal with it in a practical sense. Okay? Can we go and understand the customer experience? Slide. Yes, exactly. So this slide is about the customer's holistic perception of their experience of your business, of your environment, and the brand affinity that will be attached. And the result of this is through a customer interaction with your business. The same thing that we saw in probably the video. we need to understand the importance of customer experience. It gives you brand loyalty, it gives you brand affinity, it gives you a positive word of mouth without you talking about it. And that's the example I gave when about Uganda Martins University in some of the places. And there are certain employers that have made their point that they must give them a chance. And we do the same way. I'll tell you that in my place of work, when we are making, but proportion to the university's output, we have quite a good reasonable number of the former alumni from the university. And we continue to give them an opportunity. Even just recently, we circulated that we are recruiting management graduate trainees. There was a high, good students with discipline, they come for an activity. They pass. The issue is not whether you go to second class, those not in human roles. That's where the different people do. So by understanding, the employers out there are starting to understand, not only for Uganda Martins, but even for other universities. Because I don't want to take a course and then business for an opportunity to learn, giving them an opportunity for knowledge, giving them an opportunity to be coached on a stage-by-stage basis. It's like the same way when you're a student, like me, doing a PhD as a fellow. It is a process for you to come up with your conceptual framework. You go through a process of understanding. You need to write colloquial English, academic style kind of writing. You will not just begin and think that everything will be okay. But guess what? Your professor, your tutor must give you the opportunity to learn. And that opportunity to learn, you yourself must allow yourself the opportunity to self-learn. Because if you are too busy or in this course, that's not a basic. Please pack up and go and do other things. Why am I bringing this? I'm bringing this, replicate this to a normal business environment, a student that you are trying to help as a tutor. The student must be satisfied with your service, must know that you are trying to help them become better, but by not ridiculing them. This is something I told you the other time. You can't understand. There must be something wrong. Maybe the problem is your mother or your father. You start, maybe where do you come from? You know, there are people who they use such kind of derogatory language to deliver message. Once and you keep to the time, you win over your customers. We shall win over our students. We shall win over our parents. I've never seen parents of this university going out and complaining, they are aggressive. They are not. Because they have understood the values of the university. And there is an effective mechanism of delivering this message. Ladies and gentlemen, is there anybody with a question at this point in time? Please feel free to air your views. Okay? So that is to do with brand activity, brand vision, brand identity. All those are talking about the brand. I'm sure in some instances, I will tell you if you cut my blood, I have the DNA of Uganda Martyrs University. And simply because my work style and approach in everything I do reflects in the values of this university. Those who I work with, my business partners, I'm a kind of person. As I'm traveling, just recently I came back from Canada, I thought in London stranded. Why? The visa, it was actually con, because if you don't know the process, you get through like I'm a very experienced person, but it was con. So I mean I was in a hurry, but he said no, he was arguing with people. So I said, okay, excuse me. I said, no, come down. Just tell me what the issue is. I said, you see, I paid money for the visa, and so I'm just a citizen. I was not concerned about their business, but I take seriousness to that level because I knew that this person is not having a moderated discussion with native intelligence being applied. And when I did that, the other person said, sir, thank you very much. I cannot pull you over. I want to explain to you what has happened. This guy has a fake visa, and we are not going to allow it. This guy was insisting. So, because in this country, the connection is the best, just picked a call called General Casita Go, who I know very well. Said, I need help. I need to have a Uganda who is going, if we don't help, it's going to be arrested at Sibo Airport. We need to help. Say, what is that? I explained to him. Said, okay, let my people check. Checked very quickly. They saw that this person attempted to apply, but they were unsuccessful. So means they were diverted to another site where they paid. Meanwhile, the guy had the evidence that he had paid. So I asked him that, is it okay if I pay for you using my credit card? Will you pay this money? He said, thank you very much. So I put in my card, paid for him. I talked to the guy that within 5 minutes, meanwhile I'm on call, 2 minutes, it was not even 5. The general had sent in evidence, they put it into the system, it showed the guy had. That's going an extra mile. I didn't even know the guy. Guess what? Every time, every week, the guy is calling me, where are you coming? I want to host you. You see, because he felt that I did something extra, unsolicited. So sometimes we have to do those kind of things in customer service experience, in terms of projecting our own DNA and our own personal brand. If you cannot project your own personal brand, it is very difficult for you to project the brand of your institution. If you want to quote me on that, you can use that as a quotation. If you cannot project your own personal brand, there is no way. If you are the kind of person, you see here, because we are multilingual and people understand somehow. You understand that some of us who can speak like several dialects, you understand everything. Now, why am I saying that? I'm saying that it is important for you to know. I have to help. I have to do this. The moment you keep doing that, I will tell you, your profile goes up unsolicited. I don't want to talk about me as an individual. I want you to see what you can do by yourself that can project you. I'm the vice chairman of the Zambian Congress. We are one of the very few, myself and the type of people. And we have even had me to post the vice chancellor to come and speak at this magnanimous foreign investment for us. But the point I'm saying before that goes, that we are among the very few that are allowed by the British government. If we grant you a letter or a visa, it's not questioned. And the reason, because they have monitored us and realized that we are not in this thing for money. We are not there to send people because they want to go and not come back. Because we are very experienced to judge even that kind of vice right from the beginning when you come to us, because we have our own internal control process.
Thank you very much. I think you are actually helping me emphasize that, because that is true today, that you are exhibiting. It is character. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so with that in mind, I thought that it's important we do it. Don't mind about time, mind about the message. That's what I want us to really get to. Now, increase the customer satisfaction ideally. And this customer service comes up with the CRM, that is customer relationship management. There are platforms that give you, I'm sure you have heard of the Google Assistant, haven't you? And you have seen what Google Assistant does. Isn't it? Yeah? These are the kind of things. Then we have also individuals that are trained to deliver this message so that they can communicate with our people, either internally or externally. And that's why some people have ringtones when you call, and for the university, we used to have it here. When the university is closed, it directs you to a standby person who will be in position to pick the call. Because sometimes it is an emergency. The parent of the student has passed on. And they need to pass over that use of virtual platforms, WhatsApp, then becomes much easier. But still, we cannot throw away tradition because we need to train our people and learn the transformation. Good. Then we need to have a system of integrated sales and marketing. In this institution, I remember I told you that a university, you can't even start marketing and say we are the best university because we are not in some of these places. I'm sure you have heard of those which say we've got, I don't know, we are the best. We train so and so, we train this. What matters is each of you is a marketer. Each of you is a customer service person. We go back to what Professor Patrick said. And to achieve that, that's why we talk about an integrated system. Now, that integrated system must have above the line and below the line. And a system that internally allows fluidity and velocity to take place. When that happens, everybody, I'll tell you that in Europe, everybody is running. People have no time for chit-chatting. Then when you will have a problem in Uganda, somebody knows your home, your office. If you want to come to visit, wait at home, but not. You can imagine somebody is coming, he wants to come and see you because aliyemotoka to come to Kayabwe, to go and come here. They expect the transport back home. Sometimes they have come late. You are also staying with somebody here. You are sharing, then but we are your relatives. You have to find a way. Then what will happen? You end up going to my colleague, Dr. David, is the hostels, to keep them there, to give this emotional challenges. But the point I'm trying to put across that we must all be part of this integrated sales and marketing. And there is a difference between sales and marketing. A person who speaks very eloquently and he can say to you that, you see, this is water, but you see, if you shake it and you shake it, it can become wine. Do you know? Those are sales. Those are sales. But a marketing person is the one who takes you through the process and tells you that the vision of this university started by the founding fathers with this vision. The university is based and premised on the ethics, premised on production of output of students that are future leaders, that have a foundation of ethical principles. At the university, they study Christian ethics, business ethics. Those days, we used to do all those. I'm sure maybe they are integrated in some way. You were exposed to philosophy, but we were doing, and those kind of things we did, I'm telling you, even up to today, we use them in decision one. Sometimes I go to a board meeting and I have to keep quiet and watch, and then you see people. You see people, their colleagues, is what? You understand, you say, on this one, I will not say anything. You come after this big time. Then you see you are in a meeting, there are people who want to talk, and they are the only ones to hear. Am I communicating? Yes, these are real issues because you won't see them. But for us, we have gone through different stages. We see them. Somebody wants to advance a point, but they have got a hidden what? Hidden agenda, which is for self-interest at the detriment of the entire organization. So we need to watch out for it, and that's why you need to have controls and systems. So we need to watch out for good marketers and sales what? And sales persons. And have an integrated system that allows the processes that accommodates and taps into the experience, knowledge, and coaching practices. Because it is those coaching practices that make us better people. Ladies and gentlemen, there is this thing called innovation. I don't know how to drive. I can't define it because it is continuous. But the only way is to have better ways of doing things in customer service so that a client can get good customer service experience. That is the CX, customer experience. In some institutions, I worked for a bank in West Africa. Bank was called UBA, and they had what they call red forms. So they could put those red forms, and the idea was this: a disgruntled customer would pick the form, and it would read to go to the CEO, the ED, and then we say my name is so and so, and then the moment the phone comes that you already know, because you will be seeing that it's a red form. You introduce yourself and say, I'm here to serve you. My name is Abana Robinson Makulu. We value your presence, we value your contribution, and we are here to serve. How can I help you today? Is there anything disturbing? Before the person has told you, what are you trying to do? You're saying, break. As you finish, the person is already down. They say, oh, thank you very much for being very concerned about me. The next thing they say, how is your family? You were saying, a CEO of a company, telling somebody, how is your family? You have already entered into the zone of tolerance, and the zone of thinking and accepting. Then you now say, okay, well, the family will be. I just have a small matter about which somebody has said, no, don't worry. I'm here to ensure that your issues are addressed, corrected, and everything will be well. Now, these kind of things are not normal, and you cannot address them with a lecture on customer service with the notes for somebody to go and read and learn. It's not possible. But over the period of time, you see them. And those of you who have traveled, you have seen this in the air hostesses. They will do anything possible to make you feel comfortable. Sometimes if you're a frequent traveler and they have your name, every time you go, your name will come up. So they will know that you are on the flight. Just imagine how somebody doesn't know you to come and say, Mr. Bernard Robinson, thank you very much for being on the flight and enjoy your stay. And we realize that you are on the return journey. So, I mean, that gives you comfort that these people know me. And now, in our modern setting, it's the idea of the virtual systems that we have. We are in position to know that this student, this parent keeps making comments. And we, instead of waiting for them, but we have seen their comments, can we prompt and call them? And even just tell them that we haven't heard from you. Is everything okay? Are all the children finished university? You see, that is a better way of marketing. What about for your staff? Can we have an opportunity to come and give a sensitization seminar at your office? Please, we wouldn't want to disturb you, but your head of HR can be very helpful. He said, no. He said, let me call the head of HR. Please make sure you attend to these people. So that's how we win. We are winning by positive what? Yes, positive. So innovation, but not innovation of systems. We must have the systems, but the people ourselves must innovate. That is the message I'm trying to put across. And that innovation for us to innovate for customer service is not written, is not defined anywhere in scholarly material, in the field of academia, but it is as a result of practice. As a result of practice, as a result of knowing, as a result of actual doing. And many people do not want to do. They can talk, but they don't want to do. Ladies and gentlemen, we also need to ensure that we do research. And how do we do research? We must understand and develop a profile students, develop a profile staff, develop a profile the lecturers that we have, develop a profile even of our workers. Those days when I was at this university, you lose a roll, find it. Nobody, there are no cameras. You lose money, somebody is cleaning, they will find, they will put it there. Nobody will take anything. I don't know how it is now. You see, I'm graduating my level to the workers. Yeah? The hospital, I call them hospitality workers. Yeah? They are our staff. Yeah? But the problem is not them if they are not doing it. The problem is their supervisor. So if you are sitting here, you must stand. Yeah? Because you must entrench this system for them to realize they should not touch anything that they have not been. Because of the pressures of work, academics, and all that, you lose things. I'm sure you have had instances of somebody saying, I left my phone or my charger and somebody has stolen it. Those kind of things are not in Europe. But somebody has stolen unless you are from Nigeria or where. Because for them they have got, I'm sorry if there is a Nigerian here, but I've studied with them. I know their competence. I know their competence and I know what they can do and what they cannot do. Do not tempt them and create a situation where you already have the answer. You don't. Help them and make sure you keep your things where you are supposed to what? To keep them. So I'm now talking about our people who help us and how this process we are looking at helps them. So we must do research. We need to profile. The idea was about profiling. By profiling people, we understand the people we have. Have they ever had an instance of discipline? Where did they come from? You do KYE. You know your employee. That's what I do. You take an extra effort. All those things. Now, because if you improve and manage productivity, you manage output. Then customer service will be perfect. If you do research and understand which are the current topical programs that we need to introduce, like I had yesterday, they introduced something on real estate management. I tell you that is something that is catching fire yesterday. It is becoming too saturated. But by the time of being saturated, our university already has a program that is addressing that. That is response market research. Ladies and gentlemen, the other aspects, we need to have connected employees. Connected employees to themselves, to the institution, and within the ecosystem. Because the ecosystem is big. We have suppliers, we have parents, we have collaborative research organizations. They need to know about that. I don't know, but I still feel this university was still accredited to a very good foundation of academic research. We had a very strong school of postgraduate school that really aimed higher and higher. I know there is a time where this university got a lot of money in health services. And the government had taken a position to bring everybody. I don't know whether that is still there, whether that vote is still there. But we can still, under your leadership, sir, revitalize all this and move to the next step. When I was coming, Professor, I thought of something. I understood we have a very good connection. The Right Honorable Prime Minister. And as I was speaking to my brother here, I said, look here, this Spanish model and our agriculture, this university is like on 100 acres. And I remember, but even more than that, 500 acres. Now, because of that, and our Catholic connection, It means we already have a system. And that system is in the dioceses. And those dioceses can move down to the parishes, isn't it? What better way for you to run this parish model and institutionalize it than going through a university that already has a granular and grounded structure? But nobody has sat down to do a 2-page paper to go and sit with her. But if you see something makes sense, you say, this is good, this can make sense, then we take it to the next level. It is shown around. The next day, our Professor Patrick Chamano is invited to State House to showcase how the university can help in the implementation of the parish model. Now, we must be imaginative. We must be descriptive. We must have an entrepreneurial spirit as employees and as individuals, because remember, if you do not project your personal brand, there is no way you can project the brand of the university. You need to bring ideas. Be part of the university think tank to support management. Once you do that, there is no bad or wrong idea. So this is the idea of having connected employees with spirit, employees with determination, employees with respect for each other, employees that are committed to help those who are performing poorly to improve. Because when those who are performing poorly improve, the university is going to go up, customer service is going to improve. Ladies and gentlemen, lastly, there is this thing called culture and leadership. There are so many theories of leadership. I don't even want to talk about it. There is a lot, so many things they have defined in culture. The interest is not that. The interest is how do you fit in? How do you, as an individual, portray yourself? How are you espoused? How do you work? How do you treat others? Because those are the rules, the values, and the way we think, the way we treat each other, the way we respect each other. We can have a professional academic discourse. It takes humility for you to realize that is how professional discussions take. It does not create enmity. For me, that word even enmity, I don't want. Or for me to tell somebody I disagree with you, no, I have a different sort of opinion. It's a very professional way of putting it across. Because Uganda, if you tell them I disagree with you, because the way, depending where you're coming from, the way you say it, you may be strongly misunderstood. So what I'm trying to put across is that the culture, the values, it still goes back to the duty. It's a yes, the virtues, the way of life, the way your work style. What is your leadership style? Are you a kind of person who says, we are not here to start. That is not the. If you find that it's somebody who does that, we don't need that person in this system. You are not needed. I'm telling you. You need to respect your juniors, your seniors, and yourself. The moment you don't respect yourself, you will have no humility of whatever nature. So that is culture. I don't want to go and define it. And it is what we see, the way, the place, the people, the way they behave. I want to give you a very simple. Students, they love chicken. They have chicken, rice, those kind of things, which at this age, when we are advancing, we are finding meat and what they like, well fried sausages, eggs. So when you are having, there are students, when I used to study here, for them, they want to come very early. Says number one. I remember the guy even came to my office. Very well. And his reason of coming first, he needed to take at least 2 days because the waiters are still busy bringing in the food. The guy is already there. So for him, he serves and what? Are you seeing what I'm saying? We want people who respect that people should be Ewaka. He was not trained what? Properly. But if you are trained properly, you must learn the spirit of sharing. And knowing that you have to keep for people who are not at home. So these are the kind of things that if you don't manage, even when you go to higher offices, Chovora, those people who steal, even when they are very rich, they are sleeping on money, they still want to steal. Because they lack that thing. The culture, the way they were trained was not that. You see? So these kind of things, we need to relate to our institution. We need to relate them to real life. And then we need to give a reflection of what they need in what we do. Next slide. Please.
And have some comments, especially coming in. Dr. Oswald said, will you listed more on the relationship between connected employees, internal customer care, and staff to staff customer care? And continue to say how much we learn from student feedback to improve customer care. I don't know if these are questions or just comments. But he said, is there a level of feedback on all the officers and departments, apart from the ones from teaching staff, and for the student feedback being beyond the renewal of contract and promotion, and become a learning platform from what we need to improve. And maybe to repeat maybe the past one, could you elucidate more on the relationship between employees and internal customer care? Staff to customer care. Staff to staff customer care.
Thank you. Very, very interesting questions. First and foremost, on connected employees, the idea about connected employees is a metaphor to indicate that in an organization, you must know the vision, you must know the values of the institution. And once you know the values of the institution, then you can deal in unison. And once you can do that, then you have a very good reflection of what your contribution is to the organization. And once the organization goes off tangent what you believe, you become disconnected. When you become disconnected, you become defranchised. When you become defranchised, you start looking for a job. Or there are those people who say, the Sifayo, have you had such kind of I will not continue with this organization. We don't want to reach that level. But we should help our employees become connected. We should help captivate these employees' skills and competences within the organization. So these are kind of things that are at the behavioral. You may not have precise illuminations, but what is clear is that the values of the institution, your own personal values, and if we do not respect these employees, they will become disjointed. Okay? Then the next was about this feedback. You know, everybody talks about, that's why I'm not interested in this customer service training where you need to get, because that is the normal way. How do you get, when you get the feedback, what do you do? It is the feedback happening to the staff. The way our staff, because they have gone into, I see so many videos here. Now, because there is a generational challenge, the way people understand things that are in their 30s is very far different from us who are in our early 40s. Very different. And then our elders who are in the 50s, late 50s, there are certain things that they have not seen. There are certain things that for us we haven't seen. There are things that I've seen that I would like this generational team to work with and talk to them. I'll tell you something. If my employee comes to me and says, I'm not feeling well today, I'm requesting you allow me to work from home like we used to do. But I'm sure I'll make it up. These were my pending assignments. I actually did many of them. I don't have anything on my say, okay, how can we? It's okay, I've allowed you. Please keep in touch. If I call you, make an effort to respond to my call. Such a staff, you see, you have a connection and a feedback. And when they do not satisfy the work ethos, or they have a gap, you should have a conversation. We need to treat people with humility. Remember, call somebody and sit with them and say, on this day I said you this, on this day, you may have staff who have said themselves. I have people who go to a doctor and I remember working in the institution where I left on a Friday and the staff told me she's sick. And when I was on breakfast morning in a hotel in Dubai, and the staff showed up, you can imagine. So I said, my friend, what happened? You told me you were very sick. She almost, I don't collapsed. And the worst of it all, she was a married woman with a boyfriend. So the whole package was totally wrong. So such an employee, we don't want such employees. They detox the system. They are toxic. I don't know whether you get what I mean. So we need to be very careful. So guess what? I went out shouted at her. I just kept, I didn't see her. But out of the fear, because she knows my character, she came and said, I'm very sorry. I said the word, I'm very sorry. We'll talk. I'll come and see you. I'll be in the office of mine. I had come for the meeting because in Dubai, Sunday is a work day. Yeah? So the meeting was on Sunday. And then Monday morning, I was on my way back to my office. So feedback, depending at what levels and to whom and how the message is delivered, is very important. We should move away from the structured academic way of providing feedback. It does not build the employees, does not build the organization. We must change and change for the best and change for good and continuously change. Thank you very much.
Thank you. For the sake of thank you. I think that's a point that is so pertinent for us as a university, because the way universities are structured, and as some of you will know, have been in most of the universities we have in Uganda. The way universities are structured and the culture, it is still so hard for us to become sensitive to customer expectations and needs because of that structural approach things, especially communication. So I think what Bernard is saying that we need to find a way between the fluidity of modern management and the bureaucracy of the system. Otherwise, it becomes too late for us to respond to the needs of our customers. And that's a cultural issue. It's a cultural issue in the context of universities, which we as a private university, if we are interested in sustainability and being competitive, we must find a way out of it. The point he has emphasized a lot is not too formal, and that's his personal approach as well. Not being too formal. Oh wait, we have not had the meeting, find a way. We need to find a way. Why should some things wait for university council which side? I don't know how many times this is. Private universities waiting for university council, sitting maybe twice a year, sit twice a year. Oh God, forgive me. How? How will we do this? We have to find ways of even, I don't know, Senate, how it is scheduled and so on. Yeah, I think we have to find a way in order to align with what you are saying.
Anybody else? Yes, over there.
Yeah, I'll share that. But there's something which you visit, and if always move ahead, even this will help the training, but there's need to do some benchmarking. We talked about research, doing research and developing program stuff and all that, but we need to benchmark it. We need to inform us that if it is a construct, if it is a benchmarking about customer service in other institutions, or we that also deal with the same market. And the other issue are also still stuck and connected employees. I've understood exactly what you meant, but I think there is need also to keep the employees connected. We don't need to assume that these people are already connected or they know the values, the spirit, they have the spirit and they are determined and committed to help. But I think the institution also has to do its part. I think that falls on management to ensure that the staff, all the students or whoever, the customer people in the experience, get connected to the values, to the ethos and everything. I think there is need to connect the employees, yet so that they all get connected to that data system.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
My name is Master Joseph. Yes, I have a comment which what most often I see institutions advertising, and there's an attachment of qualification, the job description. But sometimes you find people are qualified in different areas, and then posted in different positions that are not matched. And therefore, I'm tempted to think that customer care should be looked at different levels. One, the institution level, this, and then the staff level. Because if the institution does not do the right things, for instance, you put an engineer as a receptionist. I'm giving an example. So we don't expect much. And number two, I would like also that you explain the connection between personality training or professionalism and customer care.
Okay, thank you. I think we can attempt to respond to that. I've been reminded we need to go for a break. So we are going to go for a break. When I finish this slide, very quickly, then we'll have a break. When we come back, we'll go through 2-3 slides, and then we have it then. Now, thank you very much, the benchmarking. You know, this one benchmarking as well is academic. And many institutions are coming away from what benchmarking means is that I don't want to go into academic discussion. I want to go into demonstration. Say that this institution is doing it like this one is doing it like this. Is there anything? How am I doing it? I now do what they call a gap analysis. Once I have a gap analysis, say, okay, what can I do with this gap analysis? Unfortunately, we are getting into a difficult challenge in the education system because our children, the lecturers, are exposed to different ways of delivering the message, the systems, and my brother here is a consultant and specialist on education. He will tell you that right now, as you deliver education, even benchmarking with institutions in Uganda, you will even end up with zero result. And the reason is because the way the institutions are premised, the way they are delivering the message, the platforms, the values will be differing from institution to institution. So you could pick some here, you pick that some here, you go on picking. But you see, when you are picking from somebody who is also weak like you may not be picking to improve. Now, what we are saying is the best way is to reinvent, to keep an institution as a learning organization. And I'm sure those of you who have done behavior appreciate the concept of the learning organization. And learning organizations keep learning not only from management, not only from policies by the board, but also from other stakeholders, including staff, including employees, including suppliers, everybody within the value system or within the ecosystem. So that is a much more better aspect of picking pockets and then looking at the Western world. Remember, there is a generational change of the consumers of our service. And once we are not responding in the way they understand, we have got it wrong. because people want you to deliver lectures, 30 minutes lectures, and it's a break. If you're a kind of person who wants to come and speak for 3 hours, people will start walking up because they don't have time. They know it is 1 hour because the other hour they have to use it for transit, and the third hour they are supposed to be on a job somewhere working because they are studying while they are working. Now, it is not the same here. When people come here, they come to work, they come to study. So then you have now to say, okay, how do I create that flexibility for them probably to study, but since they are agricultural students, they also need to go out extension farming and offer services to the communities. Or you want to wait and give them a project, and then you know that the person you are training doesn't want to come and take. But we will come out with the first class in academics, but zero experience. So I mean, the idea is very good, but there is no one size fits all. It will depend on the situations. But what we agree to, that we need to embrace customer service-oriented institutions, in service-oriented business, for them to remain competitive on a sustainable basis. Then the second issue is about personality and matching people. I definitely agree. You need to keep personality and matching people, but you are forgetting one thing. There is personality, matching people, and ambition. There is a personality, matching people, and ambition. I will tell you that the best chartered accountants are engineers. They are not those who did business work, BCom and all that. And that is why you can do your research. KPMG, Ernst & Young, they run to hire, they hire engineers, they hire architects and train them because they are easy to train, because their mindset is that of willing to serve, willing to learn. But this person with BPM, they are already saying, no, I'm an they don't even know. They are just a bookkeeper. When you train somebody and finishes here, they only know one thing: debit, credit, debit, credit, and then you balance. Yes, you get what I'm saying. So the issue of personality and matching people is very good, but the issue of ambition of the particular individual and the willingness for them to learn, but learn fast. I'll tell you that even when I went to England to work for British Home Stores, which was a day job, because there you have to do so many jobs for you to survive. One thing was very clear: I had to put my heart on a professional chartered accountant there because the job wasn't there for me for that time. Okay? And I had a supervisor who was an NV2. Have you heard of what they call NV2? Higher National Diploma. But she knows the job with precision. She has experience and she loved the job so much that everything they did was right for the institution. So I had to learn. I didn't stop there. And not only me, everybody, nobody, whether it was son of a rich man or man, the moment you go to study abroad, you must go through this experience. Because it is the only way you learn. I went and did a job. The most paying jobs are those that relate to janitorial services. A janitor, the person who cleans, is a laboratory executive. Okay. So I did, that's a job that pays a lot of money. And sometimes it pays more than these office jobs. Then in some places. Then the other job I did was that of being a professional dishwasher. It's no job I love, and I'll tell you 2 reasons. Number one, because in Europe, they are not like in Africa. When food is for breakfast, after breakfast, they wrap it up, they go to throw it. Meat was meat. Because here, you know, those eggs are still okay. Those eggs are still what? Okay. You can keep them for 2, 3, 4 days. You understand? So for them, they just said that, you know, it is out of time. For me, I used to come with my container. So they justify. Now, when I go home, I had my friends from Cameroon, Ghana, who was a boss. Food was guaranteed not only for me, but for the people in the house. You can imagine. I loved the job so much because it was giving me that work and washing plates as a professional dishwasher. I had someone I was working with who had done it for 30 years. 30 years doing the same job. So when we talk about, because I want you to see the connection, I want you to see how we talk about this and customer service. And what we do, and the passion, and your own motivation as an individual. So one day, as I was working there, the CEO of Marriott Hotels, this was in Portsmouth. So the CEO came. So they have a practice. The CEO does it, they have to go to the kitchen, and they have to visit the staff and also the people who lay the beds and what. For them, that is psychological. But if for you, you are the estates manager of this, then you have a deputy estates manager. Then you have somebody, and then you meet and say, okay? You are not doing your job. You need to go to the ground. You need to understand what's going on, have a schedule, and visit. So this guy comes, so he sees me, he says, how are you? Where are you from? I said, I'm from Uganda. I said, oh, I remember Idi Amin, my father was in. I said, what do you do here? I said, I'm the chartered accountant. I said, what are you doing in the kitchen? I said, that's the job that was there. I said, we hire for attitude. Tomorrow, please, you're going to go and start working in the accounting function of the company. That's how, because I had a good attitude and commitment and motivation to accept the job that was available at that time. And that's how I ended up. And guess what? After doing 3-4 months, another guy came. This time was the CEO, William Wallace of British Airways. So he says, he looks at me, talk, get him in a discussion. Oh, he says, this is quite interesting. You come forward. So I explained to him, he said, no, I've been doing strategy. I've worked on British Airways and Manchester United and some of my case studies. And this is what I found out. And said, okay, that's good. I think I'm impressed with what you're doing. Can we have this conversation first? That's how I entered British Airways. I left the hotel. But remember, I started from being a janitor, chief executive. It's an attitude. They don't teach it anywhere. You see? From there, I went to become the dishwasher. Do you know how to wash? You don't just wash. There is disinfectant, there is detergent. The pressure you use to wash the plates is not the one you use to wash the cups, otherwise they will break. Are you listening? It's not. Because they are different, the materials are different. But at the end of the day, because for them, they value quality and service right from the kitchen. And that's why there is a lot of interest by these international service companies and hotels. And that's why in banking, for instance, their interest is in the people who are serving the tellers, the shop floor staff. How do they? Because it's what creates good repeat business. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to pray for this, but setting the stage is very important. I don't know, my colleague, that is, I want to reflect about some of these things, practical examples, because it becomes boring if it is not punctuated in that direction. So, Nelson Mandela was a great man. He's almost referred to in academia, in practice, in businesses. He has transformed, but he felt that education is one of the most powerful weapons, and that is true, which can change the world. That is okay. But for us, in order to understand this, we need to reflect that a great, clear customer experience gives us a foundation, a vision, and an indelible tagline the institution should have. And that's why, like for the institution, we have our dear Uganda Martyrs University. We continue with the duty et sapientia documentum. Therefore, one of the persons that I worked in his company was this guy. He's still in London. It was Virgin Records. And there is a business for sex toys. Okay? This business, this guy made him very rich because he understood his market. The customers were so many. The way it looks awful to talk about it in Uganda. It's big time business. It sells more than perfumes. This guy, Richard Branson, very rich guy. And in his view, customer service must begin from the top. You must set the top, work on it. If you remember Richard Branson's experience, he's a dropout of university, but he lives by one value. You must know your business. You must hire people to work for you. Pay them well, give them opportunity to serve, and know your customers, you yourself, and give the feedback to your staff. And that's what has made him very great. So finally, we must now be reflecting, what does the motto of the university mean to us today as employees? Do we understand? Or we can sing it, we can talk about it. What does it mean? I remember that the reason why this community came up is because of the university. This community is now a very powerful community around here. The times we were here at the university, that road was not even tarred. We used to go through valleys in order for us to reach at Kayago. So for those of you who are joining the university maybe now, and you will say the place, it's not easy, but for us who see this is modern, very modern. But even during that time, we loved the place as students, as employees, for those who offered service in any way. So this is the time for us to start thinking what our target students. what about the parents? And we will see when we come back, we have a very complete will, which defines what role each person is supposed to be doing in terms of decision making in the university. And when you reflect about this, and we go through it, this discussion and conversation will have closed. Ladies and gentlemen, please, I'm sorry we have overstretched, but the reflections are good, and it is helpful for us to learn a few things. Have a very nice breakfast. I think 10 minutes? Yeah. 10 minutes. Not Ugandan 10 minutes. Okay.
So we have the outside, we have this. Come back, 10 minutes, okay. Thank you.
become part of the organization. And the next thing, they must purchase. If it's a student, a prospective student, they must be admitted. They must decide and have taken a particular course that they need to take. They embark on it, conclude it, and they are at a stage of purchase. If you are in the case of a service, that is not education. And thereafter, they make a repeat. Now, a student who has completed their first course here is at this level of purchase. Once they come back and they want to do a repeat, meaning repeat business, they are coming for master's degree. They are coming for a short human resource management program. They are coming for a short course. Either those that have become part of UMU and they realize that they need to become a given level elevation of loyalty. They need to entrench consistently. They are at those kind of levels. And after loyalty, they now become advocates. Those within advocates are former students that are now alumni. Former students who are invited and they come here to share experiences. They are former vice chancellors who, even after they left here, they still believe in the values they put together to drive the university. Those of you who know very well our former Vice Chancellor, Professor Michel Lejeune, still, even at this time, in his advanced age, he still reads, thinks about me and Dr. Karan, or Professor Kanyana, and so many, because they learned this place. And we are at such a stage, we are advocating as we have teachers, we have lecturers, we have professors, we have former students like myself and my brother here who are saying we need to advocate, we need to support the current management with our advocacy levels by being part of transformation. Progressive transformation that has got a highly pitched speed of progress. I always use my Uganda thing to make a point. Take quality, take zigzag. To see the day. Because sometimes this kind of thing make a lot of sense. To see the day. Take zigzag. Giving an indication that this is the time for all stakeholders to apply themselves. And that applying themselves, whatever you do. And I'm sure at some point the university management will come and share with you their strategic direction. So ask yourself, in this strategy, where do I need? What am I supposed to do to contribute? Do you have, ask yourself, do I have the right attitude? Attitude is everything. Ladies and gentlemen, attitude is everything. Everything. I emphasize this because I believe it's the right thing. I will still give you an example. While I was a student, I had challenges to study and accommodation. So one of my professors used to see me struggling. So he says, why can't you think of a permanent solution? I said, waiting to learn. How do I go about it? He gave me a solution. He said, don't worry. The way I've seen you, you are very committed. What I'm going to do for you, me, I'm retired. I have my own retirement fund. My kids are in Canada. Let us move a house, pay for you a deposit, and I'm going to judge whether you pay me back. You see? And that's why, for me, as an individual, I don't judge anyone. The person I see, I reflect about how people have come out of their way. And I don't even judge myself. Because by doing that, we make them realize. But the reason this guy went out of his way to assist was that I had a good attitude. He said, your attitude is right. Both in terms of professional, in academia, your attitude is what? Right. I worked so hard to make sure that I create personal change. But that I needed to have commitment and conviction. And that was because of the right attitude. And when I left, the position was, I would like you to start a PhD. I said, no, I want to go back home and gain some experience. It's something we can do at a later stage. And I tell you, there's nothing as important as studying when you have experience. Because you speak with a lot of authority and practical relevance. Because theoretical models are theoretical models unless they can be applied and contextualized in the field of practical working. When I left, I worked. I had to work so hard so that I met this guy. He gave me 5 years, paid him in 2.5. So when I went back to see him, he said, I'm now retired. He said, you see this container here? I packed it for you. All those books, me now, I'm going to retire. Pack them. I've even paid for you to flight. Take them. You see? So he gave me a full library. Now, when he gave me that full library, it had little chairs, what? Guess what? Every person in the banking industry or relative, but if I know you, when I know you, I don't know you. I have the wheelchairs, I have got these sticks which they use for walking. Somebody is sick, I give you. My principle is simple because I didn't pay for it. You go, use it, you bring it back. So that even some other person who has a need can do what? Because the wheelchair costs 1.7 million. Very few people can afford it. But the guy went out of his way to do for me 2 things: to get me accommodation, permanent accommodation. At the same time, because of my attitude and commitment and ethics, I paid. He told me, even these books you take with all its luggage. So that is an example. There are many people who are like me, who even probably do much better things. Some of them just need just to understand them. When we understand them, the better for the organization. Sorry, I have to repeat this issue of attitude. I take time about it because it is one single killer of organization. Because when you have people who are celebrating you know, there are all those kind of things. For people who think that I started not to suffer. You know, there's something wrong. Yeah? That kind of personality. But for us to do that, once we have the own management and staff community transformed, trust me, we are going to inflict, to transmit, to convey the same message to our students. Once we do that, we'll create a cycle. We create a cycle, and then we will be in this process, and that's why UMU does not advertise so much. It is about word of mouth. I will tell you, in the last 5 days, there is no institution, and I've told my brother, we must make it a point. The only way we can put UMU on the map is by consistently using social media. My sister here, she's a social media expert. That's what they do, customer service, social media, integrating WhatsApp with the CRM, so that the kind of things they do. It's the modern way. That's how we have to think as an institution here. Customer relationship management and WhatsApp. We must have people who are on that framework, responding to questions, telling them what is happening. Like I'm here, people will be posting and saying this is what is happening at the university, that kind of thing, among others. Then we are always in YouTube, Twitter, things keep coming up. That is what the Western world understands. The moment they see you, they follow. So you find you have very many followers. That is an indication that you are an institution or a business or finance. Now to transform to that, to somebody who is sitting here and they are using a particular model of work. They come 8 to 5, they do their things, they respond to questions, blah, blah, blah. That can't take us far. Because right now, that is the way of life. So, in terms of this customer journey, you will see, if you look at the particular component, each particular component has an outside wheel. And that outside wheel relates to what kind of elements. For instance, if you go into awareness, are you seeing awareness? There are things you have to do. There is PR, there is radio, there is TV, there is print. Okay? That is how we create awareness. Now, because it is internal and external, depending on the target audience. So you could apply, you could do cherry picking here and there, but the message is very. This customer journey is a powerful instrument that is very contemporary in trying to address customer service challenges of today, tomorrow, and of the 22nd generation or century. Then we come, how do we create interest? Social media, blog, word of mouth. And then we have security, CEO. So the idea here is why, how? Everybody has social media. This WhatsApp, unsolicited, but the point is what is there. You will be surprised how many people here watch or look for full figure versus the camera video. Because they are interested in the projection of their discussion and in the way they argue. You understand? The followers they have are amazing. It's the same way you see these football clubs. Man U, Manchester United, Chelsea, and all those kinds of things. They know they have to play with the psychology of the youngsters. Then people come and start embracing them. Now at this level, so this is different way. How do we create interest? Then we come to consideration. Now in the consideration, somebody is already mature. But because they are mature, we need to find a way of making them say, okay, please try and consider this. We now send them email marketing. What do? Their website is always in your face. By the way, Uganda Methodist University has a very good website. Now, the issue is, you have to keep it relevant and up to date. Because when I went to it, I saw Wikipedia still had the name the former vice chancellor. And yet we are 4 months, almost 4 months. That you can't work like that. Abazungu wewe tusiwe bakula, they go there and check and then validate. So what they are seeing in the book and what they are seeing in the is not the same. So are you seeing the relevance of these things? That is customer care. Because the people who want to find information about us, that's what they are. So someone is sitting here, I don't know why. They need to check themselves, personality, have they done good work, so they have room to improve. We're not telling you we are criticizing, we are giving you a Zoom call. Okay? For you to go and check. Because as an institution, the website is so important. And any information out in the gallery there must be updated to reflect the current what? The current situation at the university. Okay? So that is it. And then you make an evaluation, product demos, comparison websites, reviews. You go to these student campings at secondary schools and all that. That is now reflected into a university setting. The reason you do that is you want people to start understanding, okay, cement, they already know about this, but you want to cement them. You want to cement them so that they understand. Then now they have reached, then the parents make a decision. The students cannot make a decision. I'll tell you that the students, you see, for them when they hear 82 kilometers from Kampala, the first thing they dispose, they will not be in position to get to Cafe Jabas, KFC, as a younger generation. Even I'm sure we are challenged to get young, talented employees to come to work, because when they think about that, even when we put a bus that can pick them and take them, they find it a what? They find it a burden and find it a challenge. But this is a very good environment to work. So, decision making here is make parents make the decision, and then the child begins school, then they finish, then they set up. What I saw there, I think I need to go for a master. I need to go for a PhD in the relevant field. If the PhD I'm doing was in the, unfortunately by that time, the program was not yet, was not here. But otherwise, there was no need for me to go and do this kind of from abroad. And the time I did the postgraduate as well, we didn't have that postgraduate at that time. Yeah. But now there is evolution, and that's what they call positive change. So we need to work at it so that the students within should find no reason whatsoever to go out of the country. We have the opportunities, we have got the skills here to enable them to impact and improve on their competence so that they can go out and rule the world. They can go out there and also impart knowledge. I was happy about one of the awardees. I think she said every time she's looking for resources, she first puts it at school. She wants people to trade. She brings them to book, which I think is a positive mark for our students. So this is the will. And you see, we are now doing a work that we call evangelism advocacy. Myself and my family here, because that's the best thing we can do. we have to continue and evangelize the message. Okay? So I'm going to sit down, go to my LinkedIn, have several followers, then start posting videos, and then all those followers will share, and then comments will keep coming in. Okay? So, ladies and gentlemen, to close, we are saying education is the passport for the future of today, tomorrow, and belongs to those who prepare for it today and yesterday. As simple as that. So staying relevant means we have to focus on a few things. We have to delight our customers. But before we delight our customers, what do? We have to attract them, have to engage them, and then we delight them. The customers must be happy. Delighting means the customers must be in position to say, yeah, this is my bank. Yeah, this is the university I will take my children. This is the university I recommend for my brothers, my sisters, my co-employees, those who are seeking for knowledge and skill. So what this means, we need to leverage, for instance, attracting them. We need to look at available digital platforms. And then we need to look into our admission process. This is now speaking during these post-COVID situations. Things have really changed. Have a proper and flexible fee structure. The program I'm doing, I've seen people pay for month, quarterly, and stuff like that. So we need to allow that. Don't penalize for people, they haven't finished the course, you are penalizing for them, you are out of date. Other people are saying, yes, you haven't finished the course, as long as you are paying, we'll keep you on the program, but you must pay, because we have professors who are kept for you. When the time reaches and you need the service, but so that is okay. You have to go with that. Spend your PR on brand awareness to attract good lecturers, to pay competitive salaries, and have lecturers provide endorsements. That is also very good. There is this issue about payment. Pay is always a challenge. For me, I call it as an EVP, employee value proposition. That's what management of the institution has to do. They are not paying you. When you look at the salaries, but what is the EVP? The EVP is employee value proposition, which is much bigger. It's an envelope. It's much bigger than the salary that they pay at the end of the month. So that is how to attract. And then we need to engage. And in terms of engagement, what this means that we engage end-to-end throughout the customer journey, previous journey, and that's why we made that effort to go through it. It will keep students, it will keep lecturers, it will keep stakeholders, it will keep everybody within the ecosystem aware of what we do, our service, our product, portfolio, and everything that concerns them. We also need to have online forums to keep our colleagues aware of what we are doing. You know, we talked about employee connection, employee connected. We also need to ensure we keep students connected. And how do we keep students connected? We keep them through the alumni. So that these students keep getting new and emerging issues at the university, what is happening, what changes are taking place, the changes are for the better. Then we need to ensure that our marketing and PR person, they are static and they keep themselves relevant. They keep themselves relevant. For you to promote an institution like this, you have to promote yourself. The institution and those interests, think whatever they do, make it visible. We cannot keep success. Let us share it. Let people know about it. We need to talk about it. And that's what my brother here, Ambrose, and the team did over the weekend. We received the positive commendation, a lot of comments, and all that. Guess what? We need, first of all, talking about benchmarking. I think we are the first university to do what we did. Just look, you're going to see the real benchmarking. People are going to copy, but they don't know the secret behind. Because for them, when they want to quit, maybe they will say, no, let us start with 5. Recognizing 24 is a lot. But they don't know that there is a logic. Every person they recognize was from a particular sector. And they had got a reason why they are contributing. They had 2 exceptional awardees, and they have had a very long history of why they did it. So these are the kind of things we're talking about. This is real customer service. And then finally, we need to ensure that students are able to put across their complaints, and then they are provided feedback. Ladies and gentlemen, providing feedback does not mean take 2 months. 1 week is supposed to be prompt. And dear sister here, so it's called a 24-hour turnaround time. You must provide feedback. This business we are in, you must do it. Somebody is calling, but you are on a personal call. The personal call and attend to the student or to service provider. That's how it is supposed to be. But unfortunately, when we are wired, Ugandans. You see, we can only transform when we see, we look. Because when we see and look, and we learn and we get information, the beauty is change. And that is the beauty about us as well. So we can't keep like that. We have to approach this now. And then, of course, the rest is to make sure that we have ways through which people can gather, engage each other, creation. Avenues to doing some of this. There is something that is very common in other universities. They keep the Wi-Fi around the library open. Do you know what they do it? All those who are doing postgraduate and doctoral studies, they are what they call the open access material. There is somebody who is paying for that open access material to be published. And if you gain very good experience on the web, on Google Scholar, for you to look and use different search engines, I'm now speaking to those who are really using this stuff, you realize that if you are not careful, you may go and start paying when there is something for free. Now, it is a skill which requires dedication, time, and commitment for you to know how to use the search engine. So you find that there are those what you are going to pay for, it is also available for free. And all these things, that's what they are saying, we need to delight. Once people know, and then we need to encourage scholarship. What I mean scholarship is not scholarship for giving a scholarship to study, but it is in the field of academia, research. Sponsoring people, looking for opportunities for them, and promoting our lecturers. They go, they get exchange programs and all those kind of things. They promote the university brand, that the university is entrenched into kind of research. And once we do that, the partners are willing to provide us with grants. They are willing to provide us with many other things that come with that as a cocktail for the institution to grow. It is part of customer service in their field of those service providers and partners. And then lastly, we need to know how to provide omni-channel kind of approach. So that in one environment, okay, call it a one-stop center, where you get somebody who is in position to speak about each and everything. Many at a times they say customer service, customer care unit, not customer care, because of the size of the institution. You cut your cloth in the way the size of the it's important. So you may give that role to somebody else. Okay? Maybe within the department of the person that is in charge of alumni activities or in charge of business people. You have a scale really. But the idea is that whatever opportunity you are given, what is your contribution as an individual? The moment we know what our contribution is, I tell you, we need to make ourselves professionally relevant and professionally attractive. Once you can't make yourself professionally attractive in one job, it is difficult for you to enter into the echelons of hierarchy of any institution, because you will definitely be seen that you have begged. You may have the academic accolades, but once you cannot demonstrate that the other attributes that come along are lacking, no employer is interested. They keep where you are. It's not your time for you to scale up, because you must scale up. You must step up, and that stepping up has something to do with you alone, which is attitude. Okay? So the rest are really things that we have discussed, but the issue of call to action is very important, which I think we need to have summarized. We have summarized the informal custom, so you have a reflection about that. The rest are still reflections about customer service in the industry, in education, and that is our Uganda Matters University. That's the thing that we need to ask ourselves, ladies and gentlemen, as we close. How best can Uganda Matters University deliver great customer experience post-COVID? Because COVID came with need for education transformation. It came with the virtual system. It came with the need of blended learning. It came with the need of making sure that lecturers, students receive and lecturers deliver the information in a different way. Both the student and the lecturer need to put in input. Now, it's no longer where somebody will come, you are in the lecture, the person is just typing, they are listening, and they are absent-minded, they have excuses, not like that. You must put in effort. Because you have paid. So there's a lot to do with this, and my brother here has written papers about the education transformation post-COVID. It comes with a cocktail of issues, and I know management is unable to take the students. But to us, what is key is the idea that we need to transform our customer engagement. We need to transform and change the way we engage with the prospective clients, with our students. Can we have a system where students can be at home and still receive lectures? You see, it will depend. Can students be in the field if they are agriculturists, they are out, but we can still deliver them? Yes, but without being and spending all the time here, because by the time if you are an agriculturist, you are studying, you are an extension worker, okay? Keeping you in the lecture room for 7 days, we are not doing you good service. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to end by saying it is important for us to understand before we go to external customer service, we must embrace internal customer service, because this is the internal customer service that is me, you, the VC, the deputy VC, and at work we could have disagreements, but let them be professional disagreements. They should not be at the detriment of the vision and the values of the institution and the stakeholders. I will repeat, it takes emotional humility for somebody to see that difference. Because if we don't do it in a very consistent way, then it becomes extremely challenging for us to register growth on a consistent basis. Numbers come and go. Building values, attitudes, guarantees consistent and future profits. That's what we do as bankers. That's what MTN, just to see what MTN, Airtel, out of, because they know all of you, either you have MTN, I'm sure, many they have MTN, have Airtel, you don't even need both. But they are playing on your psychology. Someone will tell you you have a weekend passport. Then they play around with figures, 13,000, 30, 20 GB, this. So depending on, you get hooked on this. And that's how we would like people to get hooked on our service. But hooked in a very positive way, in a positive way. So there we are. It's really diversity and inclusion in customer service in higher education. That is because we have stakeholders from different walks of life. I'm sure the days we were here, we had Burundians. They are the ones who will happen a lot. Burundians, Tanzanians, those are masters, good experts in those. Then we have Kenyans, we have people from all walks of life. We have students on the exchange program, and that is diversity. Diversity, inclusion, And as a university, we stand for that. And I'm sure that's something that cannot change. Yeah? Inclusiveness, regardless of culture, religion, different beliefs, yeah? Are things that we value, and we have to continue to value them for us create. And this is what we are trying to mean here. You see, there are different students, but from different countries. That's the message. Okay, next. So we need to embrace digitalization and shift to maximum customer experience. That's something that we need to note very carefully. I've been explaining this virtual, creating a blog, creating what, social media, all those WhatsApp and CRM. Yes, that's okay, but we need to have and reach benchmarking. We need to go to something called 360-degree customer or CRM framework or platform. When we reach that level, we are not yet. We are not yet. Let us first do simple things as we chase this. But we need to know that it is important for us to embrace digitalization agenda and shift it to maximum customer. In other words, once we achieve that, it is very clear 4 or 5 items are well known. Maximum online learning. You have developed robust systems. For instance, in a school where I studied, I can change, edit get my results. I can, if I want to print, I print. I can give feedback to the lecturer. I never get to meet the lecturer. Now, everything is online. You submit it, they have got timelines. You submit a 50-page document on Saturday, results must be out on Monday. It's not even a question. If it is a rework, you go back and rework your scripts. It's not a joke. You are given time to rework your script. You go back and rework it. If you want to print your results, you can print them. Now, what does that do? The moment you enter this level, the institution will be saving costs because they will not be dealing with unnecessary possibility here, save here, do this. It's not necessary. People can manage, slice data the way they want it based on the profile. The only thing you need is a robust system, security framework. Results can't be altered. This one's name, I think I forgot. Those kind of errors in an education institution cannot be tolerated at all. Giving somebody's results to somebody by mistake. Those kind of things cannot. And once that happens, we lose credibility. Then students educate others on best practice, and that's what we are doing. They themselves as students, that's why they learn. Once they have experience and they come, then they can share. And then they improve. Because students learn, there's no better way of learning than group work. There's no better way of learning like assignments that are dealt with together, because you harness your potential. You harness your potential. I have a very simple phrase in my office practice in these days. I say, we are not here to move the first class. Who is the smartest? It's not the objective. The objective is we are here to do a job. And everybody's input is important. And it also takes attitude to realize that. Because there are people who are first learning on how to taking a lot of our time. Can't you see? I'm sure you have heard people. Why are you delaying us? No, that's not how we train people to learn. That's it. Coaching, you must coach and the moment you transform an individual, that individual is able to pass over knowledge to another person. That is how the university curriculum of Western world are. Yes, they are dealt with. That's why their personal is always started by. They know that there are people who will just pass. Okay? Then there are those who they need to write an academic journal. Then there are those that can write an academic journal, but also do consultants. Those are the best. Because then they are application managers. They are blending the academics with the practical work. And that's what we want. And then they keep passing on skill. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's and we go to the rest are just for reflection purposes. I would like to, with a lot of indulgence, Mr. Vice Chancellor and the management staff, say we thank you for giving us this opportunity. We will now open it up some comments, and then myself and my colleague already give her an opportunity to respond. This is the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oglu. We have wished to have a much more engagement with you. It's so fresh to listen to you. There's so much I have learned from you. Now, we'd like to give the chance to people here and also online. I'm sure some comments have been coming both from friends. And maybe we start with two online. Okay, we start with online. Can we bring the questions? And we shall ask Mr. Maglu and Anne to help us with this question.
Thank you. Mr. Guruziji, about parity, said in terms of what we read, and I think the online people have been having a discussion also. Dr. Albert answered me that the parity, that you meant parity in terms of staff qualifications, and Robert added not only about qualifications, but the service qualifications and the then Purity again asks, for instance, customer care starting at the main gate, graduate after the programming and restoring visa more than the other, right? The issue of character, I think, is more. Then Dr. Albert, they you look at the relation between the quality of staff and customer care. All they know.
This is which relationship?
Could you look at the correlation between the quality of staff and customer care? All the relationship. The quality of staff and customer care.
Quality of staff.
Yes.
Okay.
Customer care.
Okay.
And it's like a relationship. Briefly, I think those are the one time in right now. Madam, Madam President, I'm really thank you for bringing the customer care process. I think it's right.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay, fine.
Yeah, appreciate it. I think those are the few comments we have from our online brothers and sisters. Thank you.
Yeah, I will answer part of it and then I will also comment about it. Me, I will give an example and then she will give an explanation. Quality of staff versus customer care. I think I've been very clear that and given an example that relates. You know the shop line staff, they are banks that prefer all employees and non-degree holders as frontline staff, tellers, because they will be more dedicated at work. Then secondly, regardless, you can train somebody in quality in customer service if they have the right attitude. There is no amount of attitude you need for somebody. I've seen people who are very well qualified and educated. They call you and you hold the phone and say, yes, who are you? Yes, what do you want? It's lunchtime. Sorry, call after lunchtime. Thank you. Bye. So, does that mean is there a quality? Somebody may be so qualified that they understand, but they are lacking the right aspect. You can call it individual, but if it is individual, that person needs to transform. So I think as regards the relationship between the quality of staff versus customer care, the point I'm putting across with an example given that it doesn't matter. Quality of an individual can be improved if they are willing to learn and that they have the right attitude. Attitude for me is kills it. Anna?
Thank you, Anna. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. For me, I think I'll also take a thing for. I'll say that I'll just apply one time say for the relation between quality of staff and customer care. Really, the attitude of works in a place in a bank where they work as a they had engineers. So it did the same thing, Uganda and amazing engineer did an amazing job and many of them are responsible for the so they integrate quite but because of their attitude towards the work, that's what I should. So for me, I think the relationship is really the attitude. I will spend it in so many aspects, working environment, and attitude is so many things, like finance has said, things to do with effectiveness. Very important. We've seen so many people who are studying up to PhD, but they lack even simple things like working with someone working, they can't acknowledge someone just thinks of their computer anything. So you stand there, you don't know what to do. Should I this? Should I? So things like that, that is just basic stuff. Yeah, because of feel welcome, what kind of experience are you going? We get this goes on to the customer experience that we're talking about earlier on. Things like effective communication, how do we communicate? That's one thing that because there's so many disruptions in the service journey. Actually, some experts say that 70% of mistakes that happen are a result of poor communication. And I think you could agree to that. that many times, because we have poor communication even internally, organizations, many things go wrong, yeah? Maybe because something was not communicated, or people believe in verified information, so they don't get the real information, so things just end up going wrong. So attitude is so many things, and very key in this question that they're bringing up. I think the other one was just a comment.
Thank you very much. Our presenter today. We are grateful for the fact that you have given us. I will start with the, that's like the born-again churches normally do. They state that there is a lot of power in testimonies. And in this case, because testimonies are a form of accountability. Now, I give my testimony in my journey to join Boom sometime back in 2007, around August. Was following up my admission, which I had not received for over 3 months. Little did I know that the details of my application had been lost by the secretary for the Office of the Education for Emergencies to apply here at Uganda Market University. Now, I came here for the admission, and I went to the registry office then. I found the lady, after there were 2 ladies there. They will come, this villager from Hoima, who was working as an trained teacher in primary school, and this was the first time that we would come. I explained how I reached this part. I had never received my admission, and I explained all the details. However, after the thorough explanation, this lady, and with her good listening to me with my older brother, she told me all that you have written, I would like you to put it in an official statement. Now that was my first journey in joining the university. She gave us 2 sheets of paper for me to write my statement of what I had expressed. I had never written a statement in my life. So as we are moving out of the registry office, I think it is now the current HR office with my elder brother. This is great university. This is really wonderful. So we sat at the reception, we struggled, and I got a statement. We returned it. She looked through. She told me, make sure it was a Friday, make sure on Monday your phone should be on. You're going to vote. Right, the fact that where I was working from, down at the lake in Seruka, currently where the oil is being drilled, there was no network. So I remained in Hoima town waiting for the phone. I remember 2 to 3 p.m. receiving a call from the Uganda Market University, the landline of the university, the official landline. This is very possible, they said yes. My heart was filled. I was full. I thought, is that one visited or not? Register office, Government University, Agnes Naximo, have been admitted in now, we love for Agnes Naximo. Mr. Robinson, the person talking is now the president of the Staff Association of Agnes Naximo, who helped me to get we can't not take this for granted. This role I am in Staff Association president is unpaid, but she showed me the quality of the university I'm doing. There are many students who need our support as administrative staff. There are many of them. And you don't know what they can do. Things we sit with the happiness and we reflect on this done. And we make home very good and memorable experience for each one of us. I pose the question to Robinson Maguru, based on the testimony you have given us at the gate. Outsourcing is very, very important as a way of reducing costs. And so to say, most of the grants which are hired by various institutions have their own culture. The experience at the gate is definitely a result of that outsourcing. How can we blend outsourced staff with the culture of the institution? How can we do that? And then next, in my life experience, I have noted that greeting is an important pillar for customer care to build rapport. Of course, when we see Robinson Maguru here and another person for whom I would like to appeal to every one of us. Let us always do it. Yes, you which thank you are working irrespective of whether a student or whether who read. Some people don't read here. And for me, my character, I insist on read you. That we are the way of speaking that important rapport. Because you don't the person you are bypassing and the person who is speaking, you don't know. Okay? You don't know. So we need really to work more as a community in this issue of customer care. But I'm grateful to Agnes. She has been an example for customer care in administrative staff. Can we have it as a social contract? If you have admission of somebody, if you have an application of somebody, please process to the next level. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, we can take some two at the back.
Thank you. Sister Mary Goretti Adila. A lot has been said concerning customer care. There was an issue of quality of staff. I think this is paramount, being an academic institution, especially when we are recruiting the cadres for academia. Still, that would stand, that would really make the right people, that would attract our customers. And then too, to take over to greater heights, as far as customer care is concerned, we also need to check on supervision. Because if this is not done, then we shall realize that the customer care we're talking about may not so much be implemented. Supervision is very important to have all this done. Thank you.
Some of those open
Okay.
Am I given a chance to ask? Can I ask?
Let's keep the chat.
Okay, I think in the meantime, we can respond to feedback that has come through. Thank you so much for the powerful testimony. I didn't get your name though, but as a bank, we thrive on feedback. And I think for any institution that is service oriented, feedback is one of the most important things because it's what then helps to determine whether your customers are happy or not. So and also to learn from your feedback, I'm glad that Agnes happens to be my cousin actually. So I'm glad that she's actually giving very So like I said, we really try to feedback at the bank. And for us, it's to one extent that we have customers where you wake up one morning and someone has tweeted and said, I hate your bank, yeah, because of ABCD. And I think you've all had that saying that goes bad news travels fast. So a tweet like that goes very viral, yeah. So how do you come out of that? The service recovery is very important. Yeah, so how we treat such customers who have experienced who have got negative experiences is what matters the most. And this is where things like turnaround time come in, like Bernard has mentioned. How fast do you get this customer's complaint and resolve it in the shortest time possible? And many times we do this, and these customers actually go back on the same platform and start even praising, yeah, praising that this is the best bank and all. So if I relate it back to the university, if we have all these avenues where people can share their testimonials, if they're good, then definitely this also go viral. And when people see good testimonials, they actually want to associate with you and do business with you. So feedback is very important, and I think as an institution, you should put up as many forums as possible where avenues where our customers at the university can reach the university to give you feedback that you know your pain points as well as your points of pleasure. It's always helpful to know where you're not doing well so that you can improve, and where you're doing well, you can even make it better to have your customers delighted. I don't know if I have anything to add to that.
Thank you. Yeah, on the issue of, I just addressed myself on the issue of outsourcing and culture. We just need to make sure that the university has certain do's and don'ts, and then the orientation of these people that are being sourced, they must be inducted to meet the values of the institution and the DNA of the institution. As I say, in the Western world, or where they hire you for short time, you must set a minimum requirement in terms of what you need to know about the institution, what they stand for. There are things that will not require you to have good skill. You do not need anything for you to compete an individual for any job. You just need good character and attitudes. From that angle, there's nothing wrong with outsource, but outsource the right people. And you outsource from an institution that demonstrates that they are also doing replica arrangements that aim at improving staff competences and improving behavioral competences of the people that they are going to give you to be their front there in your institution. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you
think the rest were really positive comments. I think we will take 4 contributions and then we will hand it over to management. So 4, we need a lady here. She hasn't made a comment. It's very important. And then another lady and a male, and then then we have one online. And then we'll call it a day. Thank you very much. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Robinson, for the very good presentation regarding customer experience for Uganda as University. It's very pertinent. However, maybe to start with, Ronald Kalite is my name. I work in the finance department. And it is also very worth mentioning that I think at Uganda University, it is one of the most tricky departments or units to work in when it comes to customer service, because it's very far in our particular office. I made this a number of financial challenges, for example. I'm just in a scenario trying to understand, is there an instance where, in quotes, extreme customer experience can compromise service? A case in point, a student supposed to sit for an examination, comes to office, says, I haven't made full payment to be able to sit for the examination. And I try quoting the policy, for example, by telling him or her, you see, you're supposed to have paid 100% for you to sit. However, there is provision of sitting, for example, for a special examination, because by the time we are setting a policy, we are also setting up situations which can help these students in fitting in well to not be desperate. All of a sudden, when you are moving out of the office, you realize the person you read actually give very advice is coming from an examination room. And when you try to find out from the student, did you see the exam? She said, yeah, I looked the other person, and the person told me it's okay. So you realize at the end of the day, I don't know, that's why I like to think, is there some part of compromise in this aspect when it comes, for example, to policies? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Our presenter today is Kamamuru, by the names of Rosalind Sally, the Dean of Students. I'm really appreciative for this kind of arrangement that we have had concerning customer care, customer experience. Because this is one thing that we really need most here at Uganda University. I would like to rotate my comment on the point of attitude and character. I don't know whether the two are supposed to go together or they can be separated. However, I feel almost everything, the biggest percentage to do with customer care rotates on those two factors, attitude and character. And I am glad that you have really kept emphasizing, and I would like also to share my view on this in relation to what probably happens to some of us, which I feel that really with this kind of presentation we have had, we need to go back and reflect on an individual basis. I'm saying this with a lot of concern that there are a number of people you find that someone has really an attitude. My students these days, I hear they use the word attitude so much. If they want to mention on somebody's bad attitude, they will not mention the word bad, but they will just mention attitude. The lady has attitude. Then the moment they mention that, you just know that someone has covered the word bad. And just mention, and that lecturer has attitude. You know what she or he is talking about. We shall always find that there are some people who really
this kind of negative energy, negative attitude. One will never see anything positive in something. I feel always touched by such. And right away, you really want to say that there is nothing. You are always out there looking out for the reasons are good because they help us move on. But you will notice that this person is always from the negative point of view. However much there will be so many things that really can be seen. But the person wants to tackle it from this other angle. Now, you wonder, is this attitude character or what is it now? Mr. Presenter, how do we really help such people? Sometimes you want to take a step and tell of the person, yes, fine, it is okay. You can criticize, you can complain, but at least also see some good out of it. And then I normally tell my students, especially the students, and they really interact with the student leaders. I tell them, please, when you're going to make a comment or a report, first acknowledge the good things that you have seen at home before you again come with the other side of the coin, because it is also important. Don't begin from the negative note and try to make it appear that there is nothing good that you have seen in any way. So probably something can be said to, but he has already said it all. But how do we help each other to ensure that this negative energy is getting out of us? Thank you, President.
Thank you very much. I'll give the lady first. Yes, thank you. My name is Melissa Emmanuel. I love the protocol, and I would like to send my sincere thanks to the previous presenters. For me, my concern, I'm concerned, he has talked about the attitude, but me, I would like to also, in my own point of view, say, a positive attitude. If we are talking about the customer care, we need to have a positive attitude on, in handling things. And also adults, we need to learn to listen more than we speak. We tend to speak much than the way we listen to our clients. So if we can take much time to listen to them than the way we speak to them. And maybe another point which I had is we need to learn also to offer solutions than the excuses. If we can look at that, to me, I think we can also improve our customer care and thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Question on that to us. How do you manage customer care service and institutional quality? Mr. Ronnie hinted it, but I wanted to be clear. We have this scenario where policies unfortunately takes over, and yet customer care seems would have come out here. Unfortunately, I had an experience where a student comes here and he or she is laughed because the policy states we need this percentage. And after the parents left going to class in the university, it happened several times. But I don't blame the
colleagues who are in the job, because sometimes you need to be guided. Do we blame the problem? Say, like, we sometimes goes back to the customer. Because if I cannot how to be very aspect and in the long run, achieve
each other, celebrate and share the responsibility for success. Sometimes people say since the stock is calling for regulatory reforms, be taken in form. If the role of security credit officers needs to be redefined to accommodate the customer care element. What else was? It was broken. You have a question? Thank you very much. I'd like to actually thank our presenters for the very wonderful presentation. I was very touched by many things, but above all, the last slide, that's what I wanted to ask about all my things. And you talked about the internal customer experience as being very important. I just wanted to share an experience where when my daughter goes to school, it's in Masaka, Bishop Dome. I was very touched how customer care there is. At one point, I asked, why do they do it? The receptions, the teachers, the parents, everyone. And they told me about the internal customer care. They feel they own the school because everyone is cared for by the school, in the good and in the bad. One example I can give you, and we will borrow it from that. When to buy food for the school, the headmaster usually gives chance to the staff, whether teaching staff or other staff, to grow the needs that the school will give. They sell to the school, they're giving first priority, giving food, cash for that. So they're giving priority, apart from the salaries and all this care. So I thought this is one thing we can find. How do we promote the customer care? When you go for burials, you find primary school catering for their staff in a way that we don't do as the university. These are small gestures, but they matter for life. One we eventually do things, we wonder how they do them because of these are customer care. And all of us not maybe on the management, each one to the other, it's very important. If you don't have any questions like that, let's response.
Okay, thank you for those questions. I'll just make a mention some. I think I'll start with the last one. The last two I think are both really in line with customer service. And customers, many times when we say customers, they want things of the external customer. No one, most times people don't really think of the internal customer. And in this case, the staff are the internal customers. So it's very important that customer service starts from within, because the way the internal customer is treated is the way they will treat the external customer. So if you have things like even the basics that we've been talking about, where staff don't treat each other, then how will they treat the external customer if they can't treat the customer they work with on a daily basis? So these small things start from within. So if you put there are so many things you can do to create a seamless workflow and a customer service environment where people have a great attitude to work. I think what the dean of students mentioned about was saying that person has an attitude. I think it's everywhere, even at in the banking industry. So that person has an attitude and they need a negative attitude. But the way you can deal with some of these things is that you get a highly engaged workforce, and how do you engage your staff on so many ways. This is what helps them to change and have that positive attitude. We have so many things we do, for example, on our site that are both monetary and non-monetary. There are small things, even just like recognitions or excellent service that has been done, and we shout about it in different forums. Some of these things motivate people to even become better at what they do. Or it could be a monetary, someone gets maybe a cash prize or something smaller than a shopping voucher that just expects people to do better. So it's those things that you do to engage the staff within, so that they can do well to treat the internal customer, but also that will ultimately affect the external customer and how they treat them. Then there was something that was mentioned policies, something to do with how do you marry? I think customer service and institutional policies. In my opinion, I don't think policies should be compromised because policies are put in place as guidelines on how we should do our work. They're more like laws or rules that should be followed. And the minute you start compromising them, then things go wrong. So service, you can still have good service even with the policies that are still in place. So if it's clearly communicated, I think this goes back to effective communication. If your customers know the policies, your internal customers also know the policies, and they're clearly communicated, then you won't have any compromise because everyone knows what it is. It's A, it's B, it's B. So if a student, for example, hasn't paid 100%, if the rule says that they won't take their final examination, then I think it's clear. Then you don't have to feel like you're compromising yourself by telling them otherwise. So I think it's important that you effectively have effective communication. It's always, like I mentioned earlier, around 70% of mistakes happen because of poor communication. So once people don't know, then mistakes start happening in the work. I think others will not comment.
Let me start. Listening to the last session, comments and feedback, I think you have communicated. Thank you. And I want to say that, okay, simple. I've been in management for a very long time. And I've listened to what you have said, and I'm going to summarize it this way. To start with, I want to begin on the policy issue. Policies are made by management and approved by the board. The policies have to be followed, but these policies must be communicated to those who are supposed to ensure they comply with them. From what I've heard, it appears there is a policy, but the students do not know about it. Or they know about it, but they want to selectively find a way out of it. Now, escalation and seeking policy exceptions is also something that is provided for. But who can give the policy exception? It's the CEO. And that CEO gives the policy exception after it has been recommended by the head of the department. That is how we must have good order. There is no way you can run an institution without order. We must have good order, respect, and we must follow the rules that have been put in place. Once we agree on that platform, then everything won't go wrong. Then we will not have where somebody thinks you're not being treated fairly. Yeah. The moment they are those, because there are people, for instance, a gentleman colleague there, I think in finance, who has indicated he gave a position, and then another colleague went around and said, that is very wrong, should not be tolerated. It is an issue of discipline amongst the staff. There must be proper discipline and communication amongst all of you. So one person cannot take a decision based on policy, and another one is trying to circumvent the policy. Once you reach such a discussion or a position, then there is need for visualization. And who will do that visualization? The CEO. And say, no, based on this. And let me tell you, policy exceptions do not even stop at the CEO. They are reported to the court that during this period, management took this because it is important. It's very important. So I appreciate your concern, but the best way is communication. We need to communicate. We need to have respect, professional respect for each other. And once we have that, there will be no problem. And then the students were willing to listen to each other. It's very important. If we do that, I don't think we'll have a lot of challenges. Then my sister here raised something to do with attitude. I'll come back to some policy issues again, but on attitude and character. Whether it is positive, you see, it's a better way. I don't know whether I explained. It's a better way of saying, I disagree with you by saying, I have a different sort of opinion. It is, I mean, have you looked at it this way? It is more accommodative. And then the other party will listen. So what I see here is that, yes, maybe other people have a different attitude. The attitude is not good. How do you get there? There are two ways. You can either look for a very senior person in the institution who is a friend to that person. And you say, we have this challenge with character. Would you kindly have chat with them so that they, but that arises after you give them feedback. Because for me to go and speak to somebody, the person I should be speaking with them, you know, what is your work environment? How do you work with your colleagues? What about this unit? Is there? Then the person will say, I have your money. Whom you're in the man. It is so calm and it is organized. You see, the person comes back with some comments like those. So you need to understand what is the level of this organization. Why? But if the person says the smarter, the way they speak, I don't like it. You know, these are practical issues, isn't it? Then you know that the problem is with this person. So you now sit them down and you say, no, you're a great person. You're a great person, you're doing so well. You also need to like other people. If you have these negative biases, you can correct them. Many times when people are spoken to one-on-one, and they tell you the real negative truth, and the person tells you it is your friend, you go back and reflect about it. Then you need to change. If you do not, it is now documented. Once it is documented once or twice, it now becomes a disciplinary, a show matter, disciplinary issue, and then we don't need bad apples in good what? Good apples. And that is, we don't want to escalate to those levels. As a family, we must be in position to resolve our own issues, but resolve them in a romantic, professional, communicatable way. That is it. Sometimes you have a different opinion with somebody, and then I told you you're using this native intelligence, and you say, should I do this? Should I keep quiet? I let it pass. Especially when somebody is your senior. Because I know certain characters say the same day of vice chancellor, they know. You see, when you have somebody who thinks like that, there is a problem. Because doesn't know where the vice chancellor is coming from. It's coming from a good position, but it does not have the mandate to come and explain to you in what? Every detail. But you must trust him as your leader. And by the time he's taking that position, it is a well-designed position. Thank you very much for that. I'm sure I'm communicating. Then the idea of listen and speak is also very important. and especially among colleagues, it is not a beauty contest. We are here to work as a team. We have to listen. Once we listen, learn. Once we learn, we apply. They are mistakes, we correct them. Like that, that is the cycle. So it is an issue still of respect, attitude. Respect, attitude, character. Because if your character is that of being very patient, even if they take to how many things, you will be patient. There are people like that who say the sifa, you hold one of say that. What is it now? What? Big. Because the decision was made without good what? Good evaluation and assessment. So don't be in such a situation and in such a category. And these people who do this kind of things, not that they are bad, but when we talk to them, they need to learn. Sometimes they are very educated, but their decision-making process is that of being assertive, being prompt, and then integrated. So we need to get that so that they do not suffer. Then there are issues to do with the structure with the water. In every institution, there should be structure, and that structure should be respected. If you have a boss that is not willing to listen to you, or that is being indecisive because somebody is saying you don't know who is who, this is a problem, this is a big problem. It calls for an emergent, urgent meeting of minds into some kind of workshop or an outside kind of gathering to socialize and then talk about it, because that is also important. Good order in any institution. In any institution is what? Is required. The rest of the comments have been responded to. I believe this is good enough. Of course, supervision issues and what we need to develop and can't develop, all those are issues of policy. We need to have policy and then keep things in very good context. Ladies and gentlemen, please you can take your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Thank you so much for giving us this platform to come and share with you, Mr. Vice Chancellor, and the management team, and the President of MOA. I guarantee you, today we spoke about customer service or customer experience. At some other point, when it permits, we may come to speak about other things that will help us to partner together and move the institution to another level. I thank you. Thank you so much and enjoy your afternoon. Thank you.
Another round of applause. Wonderful session we have had this whole morning and part of the afternoon. We have the close for the workshop. And before I invite some of us to give a vote of thanks, and finally, call upon the DC to close, give closing remarks. Allow me to just highlight. Oh, sorry.
Thank you so much, Bernard and Anne, for the wonderful expose. And I just want to give a feedback here. When I was seated there and we were trying to connect the sound to the video, I remember that one of the times I wanted to make a similar thing, we had problems. So I took a picture and posted it on 3 of the alumni groups and said that in this day and age, our auditorium doesn't have a state-of-the-art conferencing facility. That when you invite guests, they struggle to show videos because we don't have the sound system. And I've got a lot of feedback here, and it's exciting how when the fire has caught on, people respond. So there are a lot of responses. Someone from the US say, can you get the specifications? In the lady in Switzerland sent specifications, and then one member asked, and this is a very serious entrepreneur, Bernard mentioned the one of Nyongi Amawe. He asked, how much is the system? So, yeah, this will be the power of the alumni in building the new home or taking home to the next step. If we keep engaging, I know sometimes I face tough questions. Some people have overheard some of the tough financial challenges the university is going through. Some people have given me calls and asked me, Ambrose, why don't you tell us the facts on the ground? What is happening with our alma mater? I don't want to be an alumnus of a former university. In fact, the guy in Washington, we were on Zoom, the guy in Washington showed me his bachelor's and master's certificates from home behind his seat in Washington, and he said, Ambrose, this is what home means to me. I don't want to be an alumnus of a former university. It should never be among those which are even anywhere close to losing the image that I want to lose. Okay? So this is how sensitive home is to some of us. And you can see, I didn't read to you, there is a whole thread of conversations around. And the point is, I mean, how much is that system? You know? So a lot of this will be happening. I'm very happy. Mr. Baran Makulu has opened the way. There are going to be a lot of engagements. We have been in touch with management before you came into office, Mr. Vice Chancellor. We were in touch with management. We would like to do assessment of what are the needs as far as IT infrastructure is concerned. We have heard from management about the fund, and people are asking what are the actual needs, what is the vision. People are asking me, you are saying all these things, what is the vision of the university? What kind of institution do we want to become? And so this is a conversation, I was speaking with Mr. Makulu coming, this is a conversation that we need now to have with the management, but also the entire staff and student community of the university to figure out specifically in relation to what is happening in higher education elsewhere in the world. What is the vision of UMU and what will be the role that alumni can contribute? Finally, those who are not at the award ceremony, we launched the bag of cement projects to collect money to complete the law program by the alumni. And I think on the spot, by the time we left, we had pledges and cash worth about $500,000. The guy from Brooklyn and his family gave us one idea. Also, we have the alumni $200 and other people. Some people donated cash. So we want to take this one very seriously so that our presence now begins to be felt in time and in reality within the university. Thank you so much. I thought I would make that communication and know that our
Thank you, Mr. Kibuka, for every representing the alumni and giving them the reality of doing today. And thank them for the positive response. Okay, so before we come to the close of our already said, I want a special way to thank this is part of the Vice Chancellor. The Vice Chancellor, the management, for the choice they made to ask the specialists and alumni of Uganda Mathematics University who came with another specialist and in customer care and the chairman of the alumni of Uganda Mathematics. This was a very good occasion to have you all together to speak about something that is very dear to the heart of the Vice Chancellor. This is what he said at the beginning, that he wants to promote quality in everything and customer care. And in this, he developed the 4 C's, as he told us. I always like memorable phrases. It's something he said that I want to repeat because I think it's easy to remember, but it's also very powerful. He quoted the American poet and civil rights activist Maya Angelou, who says, people will forget what you say, they will forget what you do, they will not forget how you make you feel. That's really powerful. How do you feel? Do you feel magnified by what has happened? Do you feel small? I think the idea is something that promotes good feeling, emotional connection. That's very, very important. I'm thankful for thinking of inviting an expert in one class to come and do this program workshop. There's a lot of things about group, but I don't know if it's just to summarize it. It's really not necessary. I just want to pick out one of those things you said, that if you cannot protect your own personal brand, there is no way you can protect the brand of who goes in there. I think that kind of summarizes it. Can you protect your own personal brand before people protect anybody else's brand? And the office is saying that it's one of the key elements to think about and notice very important. And despite that, with your personal anecdotes, especially in the UK, it has made you resilient a lot. We always share our friends and say, when we go out there, if there's anything this experience does to you, is to bring you down to reality, to earth. It's not the paper, it's not the qualification that really matter. No, it's the attitude that you bring, the attitude that you promote to others. And then something very said. I think that comes in the summary is that we always keep the customer in the center, of course. How do you do that? Attract the customer. Delight them. Engage them. That's the heart of customer care. And the life flows by the words of your colleague and in responding to one question, you cannot compromise policies in the name of customer care. Thank you very much. May I ask now Professor Tashi.
Thank you very much. I have to say that most of what I was going to say has already been said. And which is good for me because then I don't have to speak much. It was said by the members of the community in responding according to what we heard. And then the MC has just summarized it, so really, I don't have to speak on it. I just want to say that our presenter today, being one of us, has made it easy for us to do internally at ourselves. Because we will not be afraid to have somebody who's going out there who is one of us and cares so much for us. Therefore, whatever we talk here, it is something he will take to himself and his team, and we will all benefit from that act. So let's be grateful for that. I also want to say that I've been in a number of workshops here, and having said after this time, people will be, those involved, you have to wake people up, all that. But this is one of those where I don't think I have seen a single person to go to help here. Because these are very energetic, very energetic. So that is the plus for your presentation of us. You are very passionate about what you say. And that is very important for us, and it's important to team away, even when the student is rather no. We thank you for that. I also want to say that I think this particular visit has come in at the right time. We have had a new administration. New Vice Chancellor is here, and he wants to set his own things, maybe different from the previous. But the coming of this visitor has set that tone, and he will be able to pick up from there and make us go probably in a different direction or enhance what has been develop that. Thank you. I would also like to say that the presentation has thrown seeds into our garden. There is a lot more that we need to water the seeds, to weed the garden, and produce some good harvest at the end. So we need to have some internal communication, internal harvest and planting, weeding and watering before we can have a good harvest. Thank you for giving us the opportunity and giving us the seeds that we go through that process. I'd also like to just say that this has been an experience for the staff of the institution. I just want to mention to Mr. Mami that I've been sitting across really good business English. And in it, I have a topic, this is customer care. So I teach the students, preparing them for the market. Now we are here now preparing ourselves for the internal market and probably also the outside market. So I'm very happy. I have to say that you have so much more than I have been doing with my students. And I couldn't, of course, give them everything. But I appreciate the effort that we are making together to work on the staff and work on the students as well. Because some of the students, when they have a problem, come to say, there is this problem, and then they put in brackets, customer care. So that shows me that they are paying attention to what I'm telling them about. I have got a number of responses from students where they have a complaint and they put in brackets, customer care. So that is something very important. So now, on the content, I'm not going to discuss the current very well. I just want to say thank you so much for the energy, for the content, for the attitude, for everything that you put into preparing and presenting this workshop for us. And we hope that you will become soon to give us else. And also, like, before we give them a mighty clap, to thank the colleagues who have contributed to this very important contribution. because together they are working for the good of the institution. Now let's give them a mighty clap.
Thank you very much, Professor Tara. So let me now invite the Vice Chancellor, Professor Maya, to give the closing remarks, and then that will be followed by lunch outside here.
Thank you very much, our MC for this day. And I think we can't thank you enough, but allow me to thank you again. Thank you very much. Indeed, you've been very engaged, and I'm sure the Dean of Business has seen someone who can advise for the graduate students and the listening lecture. Why not? We want our own to come back. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, and thank you, the President. I will summarize this by saying just a few things. And I would like to build on your customer experience vis-a-vis policy. And having lived in the UK like you did, there is an experience that I think will give a good picture of this. When you are to be flagged by a traffic policeman in England, they will flag you. And they will come to the window. And the policeman will say, "Good morning, sir. How is your day today? Are you all right? Are you driving to work? Do you have an emergency? How can we help?" And then you will, of course, be responding while the nursing home. Then you will, "Sir, I flagged you because you were about the speed limit for the street, and so I'm going to." And you will take be sure your happiness will not be as high as if you are so proud. So when a student you are still saying that you say no at the time. And I will call the person and say, Patrick is not going to see today because our policies should have paid 100%. Unfortunately, you are one of those that are not. And because I need to pay the lecturers and I need also to make sure the university is sustainable, and that's my core responsibility, I'm unable to allow Patrick to see today. However, we shall allow you to see the special exam to give them. And they said, "Thank you, Professor, I understand, but can I send you the money now?" I said, "Yeah, you say it. Because you probably didn't have to, but it's not for everybody to do. And it works several times. So we have to be creative, we have to be accommodating, and we have to understand. So the second thing I want to talk about is you cannot do customer care, or you cannot give a customer good experience if you can't manage your emotions. Customers come in different temperatures, if I can use the word. Different temperatures, and if you can't manage your own emotions, you won't be able to manage them. Because if they come charging and then you want to be for them or surpass them, then certainly it's going to be tough. You've got to be able, like the example our presenter gave us, to press on the brakes. Okay? And how do you manage emotions? Of course, we learn a lot from the books, but one person that has, I think, written very well on this is Daniel Gold, the emotional intelligence. Many of you here and go and read it. To manage emotions, first of all, you must be aware of yourself. Who are you? Self-aware. Do you know yourself? Do you know how you respond to different situations? Because if you are not aware of your own strengths and weaknesses, you are likely to get off at the time. The second thing you should be aware of is self-regulation. Are you able to regulate yourself? When are you able to realize that someone is actually pulling your leg into something and you regulate yourself and still calm down and do what you have to do in a calm manner? Then, of course, we need to have empathy. Put yourself in their position or their shoes, like you normally say. Because customer care is nothing other than making the person feel like you would have wanted to be made. That is all it takes. Empathy. Then, of course, we need social skills. We need to be a good communicator. We need to be a good listener. Listen, listen, and listen before you speak. One person said, if you think you are going to prescribe to the customer and be smart, first go to the bathroom, look at yourself in the mirror, be smart there, then come up and start the customer. Because the customer knows what they want. Don't think you know it better. So don't prescribe all things to the customer. Of course, you must be motivated. You must have the right sense of motivation. And that's where I come in as the leader now. That I realize the work for me so as to get you to work. But we all have to work. And what do I have to do with my money? It is said that the way the manager makes the employee feel is the way the employee will make the customer feel. So I have got to make you feel good. And that is my task. So that is my task as management and our place to do. Because if I ask you to treat a student well, but you are not treated well, I might be throwing a precious seed in the garden where there is no water. So we shall endeavor to do that as managers. Why is that important? It's important because of what Aristotle says. Aristotle says that pleasure in the job puts perfection in the work. So unless you are doing your job with pleasure, you may not deliver your best. And that's why I have to make you feel good. So let us work on that and we'll see how things go. And without few remarks, which I thought would summarize for us today, I once again would like to express our appreciation to you as Uganda Matters University. And we look forward to welcoming you back several times as we shall do your other colleagues, the alumni out there. And I would like to thank the chair of the UMOA for agreeing to work with us this day. Thank you very much. And like you say, it's a good way to end the daily good meeting. This is a new chapter, and whoever cannot work with it can go work elsewhere. Daily good meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Vice Chancellor, so we have come to the end of the workshop. Lunch is prepared, ready outside, and I will ask Sister Goreka to lead us in prayer for lunch. But before we leave, we all gather outside and take a group picture. That's the request by the ITC. Sister Grace, if you do that. And all of you, thank you so much for coming.
Here let us pray. In the name of the Father, Son, of the Holy Spirit. God and loving Father, we thank you for your presence in our midst. We thank you, Heavenly Father, for this great day, for inspiring the management to invite the luminous to come and speak to us on customer care. Our hearts are so delighted, King of Glory. As we prepare to receive the meal, bless us and bless what is said before us. To grant us all the graces that we need to give customer care to our clients. Make it prayer through Christ our Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.